Good morning. Good morning. It is day 19 of Diddy's trial, and it is week 5. So that means we are a little bit over the halfway point. This trial was expected or is expected to last 8 weeks. So this is the start of week 5. And so the thought is the prosecution will be wrapping up their side of the case pretty soon here. And then the defense will put on its case, call forth whatever witnesses they have that they want to bring forward. I have just been really thinking about who will the defense be calling as witnesses. But yeah, so the day starts day 19, week 5 of the trial. Jane is still on the stand. She has been testifying now since Thursday of last week. It's expected that she will be cross-examined today. So, and that's another thing too, that there's so much like, who is going to cross-examine Jane? Will it be Brian Steele? Will it be Westmoreland? Uh, Either way, I think this cross-examination is going to be brutal. I think it's going to be brutal. So one of the benefits we have of jumping into the trial a little bit later in the day is that we get to miss all of the pauses, all of the delays, breaks, and sidebars, and we could cover a lot of the testimony, or we could cover all of the testimony in short order, and still catch up with the folks who are live streaming in near time right now. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We are going to jump into the testimony as it started this morning with Jane. One other thing before we do that, Diddy's team did file for a mistrial. They are filing for a mistrial primarily based on the testimony from Banner, where she was indicating that uh, Diddy had did something where he would have required him to be in New York. At the time she said it happened, the defense is saying he was in LA. That is one of those questions that they had asked Banner when they asked her, is it possible for somebody to be in New York and LA at the same time? And she said something to the effect of she didn't know. It could be. So, like, no. So what the defense is saying is that the prosecutor knew that her testimony was not truthful and they put her on the stand anyway. So they have filed a mistrial for that. And I believe there's one other incident that I can't recall right now that they are using to file a mistrial. The judge has given the government, the prosecution, 1 day to respond to what the defense attorneys have submitted for the mistrial, and we'll see where we go from there. I think it's very unlikely that a mistrial will be granted. However, they are going through the motions right now, so we'll see. We'll see. As with any trial, you never ever really know for sure what could happen on any given day. So, with all of that being said, housekeeping being done and all, let's jump into the trial testimony that is being captured by Inner City Press. Inner City Press is a journalist who is inside the courtroom, and during this whole trial, he has been posting kind of close to verbatims of what's actually happening in the court in real time. And so we're going to go through that. We'll flip back and forth across other resources like CNN, where we may need a little clarity or just more context to help us understand the testimony. But let's get started. So, this morning, again, Jane is back on stand, and the government is still asking prosecution. They are still asking the question. So, the first thing they did was to publish a photo to the jury, but it's not seen on the screen in the public gallery in the court. And they ask her, "Who is this?" And she says, "Sean's security." Prosecutor said, "And this?" She said, "Sean's deputy butler." Prosecutor, who did you call ATL? The entertainer Sly because he lived in Atlanta. Your message to Sean, what was it about? She said, my trip to New York in 2023. He wrote, send me some shit of you being bad. Then Sean says, I got the phones. Just send me what I don't have. Don't say no to me, please. Prosecutor, what did you write? I wrote, you are traveling with our phone? Prosecutor, you mean not Sean's two main phones? She said, yes. His assistants had access to those. Jane, I wrote, you're using this to get your D blank CK hard for someone else? And prosecutor said, and he said, you, what did you say? I wrote, I'm not coming to New York. You just want me there for a hotel binge. What did you say? Why did you say that? She said, I saw a podcast. Oh, here we go. You know who that involves. Uh, what about Sean bragging about having sex for 48 hours straight on a yacht trip to an island near Miami? When did the podcast air? A month after Sean said he'd take me on that yacht trip. Okay, so yet again, this is a situation with Jane where she's not expressing being upset about the 48 hour sex or the whole thing involving she calls it hotel nights instead of freak offs. She's upset because he took somebody else on the yacht trip and she thought she was going on that yacht trip. So these are things that just to make mental notes of. Prosecutor, what has Sean said he'd do with you on this yacht trip? The defense objects, the judge overrules. Jane said that after a 2-day hotel night, we'd go and do more on the yacht, but we never left, had to recuperate. I saw on social media he took a girlfriend there. Prosecutor, what did you write in your notes app? I wrote, I don't want to come to New York to be treated like a hoe. Why did you write this in your notes app? I wasn't sure I was going to send it, but did you send a version of it? Jane said yes. What did Sean reply? He said it was just podcast talk. I said, you took her to the Bahamas on a yacht, not me like you'd promised after the hotel night. Prosecutor, can you read your text? I quoted him on the podcast. You made Papa proud. Oh, now this is when he's with was it Young Miami? I keep mixing them up. It's Young Miami, Carisha, I don't know. One of the hot city girls, right, from Atlanta. Prosecutor, you wrote, I don't want to feel obligated that you'll stop paying my rent. What did you mean? The guilty, trippy things that he would say that I had to perform. Prosecutor, for how long had you felt that? Since I got the home in April 2023. Yeah, the defense is going to eat her up. The defense is going to eat her up. I don't know how they're going to go about it, but she went into a contract with Diddy where she wanted $15,000 a month. She called it a love contract. She wanted $15,000 a month. He negotiated down to $10,000 a month. So I would love to know, and I don't know if the defense will ask this because it may do more harm than good. But when she signed that contract, what did she think she was signing the contract for? And I say it may do more harm than good because if it's participating in illegal activity, then that contract is null and void from a legal perspective. But I'm curious to know, when you sign this contract with Diddy, in order for you to get this $10,000 a month, what did you think your obligation was under this contract? I am very curious just to hear from her in her own words. What did she think the obligation was under this contract? Right. Prosecutor said, play this exhibit, and it's Combs' voice. This is a true open relationship. Why do you have to make it a problem? Now I'm sick. Prosecutor, how did you reply to this message? Jane said, call me back. Then we had a FaceTime. He said all the things to calm me down. Prosecutor, and the thing about it being an open relationship, that is a fact because Jane went into this relationship with him understanding, or it being said to her anyway, that this is what it was. She said that at the beginning of her testimony that this is the type of relationship she was entering with him when she started kind of messing around with him when he was still dating one of her girlfriends. But at the end of the day, she knew there was no chance of this relationship ever being monogamous from the start. And this is what she said in her own testimony. Okay. So back to, what did you send Sean from the plane to New York? She said, a photo of my outfit. Prosecutor, where were you planning to wear it? To dinner. What did Sean send you? He said, we're going to dinner. Did you? She said, a late night lounge thing. Prosecutor said, I'll read this for you. You wrote, I miss hard DICK. Jane said, and I wrote, yes, I have my passport with me. Prosecutor, then what did you write? I wrote, you turned me on so crazy, can't wait. Prosecutor, after the flight took off, she said, I got a message from Sean. Now, again, I want to call out that this is yet another similarity to Cassie, far as what these women are saying, far as I miss this, something about the freak off or the hotel night, that they're sending messages to him to say, hey, I really miss this. Now, there's multiple opinions on this testimony like this from Jane and from Cassie. Some will say, oh, well, this is a trauma response. They feel like they have to do it. He holds all the power. And then there are some who will say, no, this is showing that you were a willing participant. You understood what types of things this person was into. You also seemed to be into it too until it became a jealousy issue. And you also knew what this person could still provide for you. So there are mixed views out there about what this type of response to Diddy actually means. And at the end of the day, it only comes down to what is it that the jury thinks, right? So she said she got a message from Sean. Prosecutor said, what did Sean ask you? She said, where Sly was. Then he asked, entertainment or movie night. Let me know. I'll get a hotel. Now, she's testified earlier that a movie night was them actually watching videos of their hotel nights. Okay. Prosecutor, how did you react? I felt upset and a little defeated. What did you send next? She said, baby, just got Wi-Fi again. Prosecutor, what did Sean write? He said, check red phone, the other message he'd sent me. He said, I have a surprise for you, just one. Prosecutor, what did you take it to mean? That there'd be somebody new? And she cried. Prosecutor, who? An entertainer. I hated it. Prosecutor, what did Sean send you? Jane said, a picture of the man. I rolled my eyes. I wrote back, it's not loading. We are landing now. Prosecutor, what did you send Sean? I suggested we go to Casa Capriana, but I was driven to the Trump Hotel. I put on my outfit. Prosecutor, what happened that night? Jane said he was late. We went to that lounge. We bickered a bit. He was defensive, but we went to the room and Sly came. What did you text to Sly? I asked if he could come to New York. I felt I needed to make it up to Sean. So she texted this. Okay. Prosecutor, did he come to the Trump Hotel and did you and he have sex in front of Sean? She said yes. After that New York trip, where did you next see Sean? She said in Miami at a hotel. Did you two take these pictures? Not shown in public gallery. She said yes. Jane said, we had Sly in Miami as well. Then I went back to LA. We had an argument there. Prosecutor said, tell us why. She said, he wanted to set up a party. He wanted me to reach out to entertainers. I noticed something online that he was with an ex girlfriend of his, and I was furious. Now, here we go again. Here we go again, where she's sounding like what she's upset about most is that he's not putting her first. He's not putting her first, that she is the one who is now not feeling as priority number one. She's not really comfortable with, how much time he's spending with these other people, where he's taking these other people. So she has a lot of feeling about how he's spending his time with these other people. And I think that's worth calling out because just one second, I'm sorry for the feedback. I think that's worth calling out because this is a matter of, are you upset about the freak off? Or are you upset about the fact that you don't feel that he's putting you first? Which one is it? Which one is it? Right? All right, so let's get back into the testimony. And I apologize for that little feedback I had there. Okay, so again, she said, Jane said, we had Sly in Miami as well. Then I went back to LA. We had an argument there. The prosecutor said, tell us why. She said, he wanted to set up a party. He wanted me to reach out to entertainers. I noticed something online that he was with an ex girlfriend of his. I was furious. Prosecutor, did you ever speak with any of these other women? Jane said, no, I found out on Instagram. Prosecutor, these text messages, October 15th, 2023, please read what you wrote. Jane said, I text, you got that girl next to you, her bull shit is already starting, meaning, and Jane responded, drama. I told Sean I introduced her to P. She said, who? And Jane said, Paul, one of the entertainers. Then I wrote, I am not a porn star. These experiences are desensitizing sex for me. Prosecutor, and here on October 16th, 2023, the same fight. Please read these. Jane said, I wrote, I don't want to be effed in these rooms. I felt there was more pressure on me than the others. There was an imbalance. I had to earn basic things for my romance, love and romance. He was giving it to others. He was clearly capable of it. So again, pardon me, Jane is giving testimony. She's not so upset about the freak offs or what she calls hotel nights. More so, she's upset about he's not making her feel like number one. Jane said, I wrote, it's been 3 years of me having to F strangers. He wrote, so we're breaking up. He wrote, so we're breaking up. Prosecutor, is that what you were proposing? She said, no. I wrote, I need a break spiritually. And she started sobbing. Excuse me. Prosecutor, what did you write next? I wrote, sex is scared. I'm sorry. She said, I wrote, sex is sacred to me. Now, y'all, at this point in the testimony, how do we feel about that statement? Because we've seen through her testimony what she's been participating in. We've seen in her testimony the things that she was willing to participate in. When she described it, she said that she was exhilarated after one of these hotel nights. And she's really, really, from her testimony and her words, she's really feeling some type of way because he's not putting her first. So for her to now say that sex is sacred, if I were on the jury, I would definitely side eye that comment. Jane said, I wrote, you always push me to do more and more. I said I need time to myself. I said, and the defense, may we have a sidebar? The judge says, you may. They said during a long break, Combs is standing talking with Xavier Donaldson. Judge says, please be seated. Miss Comey, please bring Jane back. Jane walks up back back Combs's table as he passes a note. Jane walks up back Combs's table as he passes a note to his lawyer Shapiro. Okay. Prosecutor, what did Sean write to you? He wrote, I want to spend the day with you. I wrote back, you make it crystal clear exactly what you want me for. You're going to spend the day love bombing me. What did you mean? Sean is very love bombing. Jane, I said, I'm not just an animal people can F on. He said, you're crazy. Prosecutor, how often did he call you crazy? Jane said, often. I said, you want to have me SUK, SUCK some D, you want me to S some D so you can jet off with Gina. I said, I'm drained. He said, I'll leave you alone. Prosecutor, in the next message, does he use your true name? She said, yes. And does he say that's my house too? Jane said he does. He wrote, I'm coming over. You got to let me in. You going to let me in or not? Is your baby there? Are you going to let me in our house again and again? Well, he was paying for it. See, when you get into situations like this and you agree to these type of quote unquote contracts, this is a part of it. This is a part of it. Jane says, she says, Sean wrote to me, I'm so stressed. I'm horny. SMH. Prosecutor, what does SMH mean? She said, shaking my head. He said his knees weren't good. I said I was hitting up my mom. She said she was taking bone supplements. She said taking bone supplements is key. What? She got advice from his mom about his bad knees. Shaking my head. He said his knees weren't good. I said I was hitting up my mom. She said taking bone supplements is key. Then you saw Sean? And she said, yes. Jane said, we had the sobriety party at the hotel. First, I went to a concert. I stood with his security. With his security, Jonathan, I went to the store for supplies for the hotel night. Sean was in the hotel waiting. He called me, B, what the F is taking so long? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is just, nothing should shock us at this point, right? Nothing should shock us at this point. Jane said, I got there. His assistant said, you don't deserve to be called a B. And at the hotel, what happened? She said, I did not want to take drugs. She said, who was the first entertainer? She said, Rico, then Paul, then Anton, then I threw up. Mm. Jane said, Sean said, good, you threw up. Now you'll feel better. Then I had sex with Anton. I felt terrible. Prosecutor, whose text is this? She said, mine. I wrote, baby, I love you. Do you think you could put something in my hotel? Did Sean respond? She said, no. Jane said, I needed furniture for the house. I wrote, you weren't too busy to make sure Chelsea was ready in DC. Prosecutor said, play the voice note. And it's Sean Combs' voice. I don't know where the F Chelsea is. I ain't with no B's. Leave me the F alone. I'm single. Y'all, when the defense attorneys cross Jane, it is going to be brutal. Because here again, when she's talking about what she needs, she wants furniture for the house, and she's telling him you weren't too busy to make sure Chelsea was ready in DC. I guess some other woman he's with. So it again is, her testimony is so mixed with her wanting to be number one and her still wanting certain things from him. I don't know. I am just so curious as to how she is coming across to this jury. Prosecutor, what frustrations did you feel? Jane said, not being heard about how I felt about the hotel nights. Or was it not being heard about the furniture? Or was it not being heard about him dealing with Gina, Chelsea, and who knows whatever, what other women? Was it that? Prosecutor, did you use names for the other women? She said, yes, it was misdirected anger. I asked, what does the house have to do with what I'm saying? Jane said, I wrote, I'm not Gina or Cassie. Wow. Wow. Prosecutor said, were you telling Sean you were going to speak out about your relationship? The defense attorney objects. The judge sustains the objection. Please read. Did you reference your child? Yes, I said, you got me effed up. She said, I'm not Gina or Cassie. Are you not, though? Are you not, though? Jane, I said, just complete what he promised about the 2 years about. I said, just complete what he promised about the 2 years about the home. I said, don't contact me. What did he say in response? He said, I'm super clear now. I said, you had me on constant pins and needles. Now I'm sick. Leave me alone. Prosecutor, does the next message reference a prior relationship you had? She said, yes. Then he says, I was told you were crazy. He said, you took it too far, baby girl. You'll see. He was threatening me about the rent, that we don't need to do anything we don't want. I want to know if they bring her baby's father into this testimony in a more explicit way, it's gonna be not good. Jane said, I wrote, you're mad at me about a grown a man. Prosecutor said, stop right there. Was this referring to your prior relationship? She said, yes. I wrote, you wasted my time in this toxic ass relationship. Prosecutor, did you then refer to your previous relationship? She said, yes. Okay. Jane said, you invited me to New York to pair me up with some random man, any ML for your own sick sexual. What were you talking about? The two men I had chose for myself, Sly and Anton. Sean kept trying to say, I chose them. I had wanted them. Wanted it. Okay. So Sean was telling her, you wanted it because you chose these two guys. Jane said, I wrote, you want to gaslight me. Prosecutor, what did you mean? He wanted me to believe I had wanted these things. What else did Sean text you? He said, you and me don't have no beef. I said, you created all this evil inside me. Okay. I'm not falling for this right here. Jane said, I wrote to him, I regret everything, all this toxic shit, which overran my life. He said, you are burning a bridge that you are going to need tomorrow. What did you write? The prosecutor asked. She said, I wrote, I don't trust you. He said, 10 hours ago, you loved me. Wow. He wrote, it's a free country. I'm an adult and you're an adult. You are writing a whole book about what you hate about me. We both made promises that we did not keep. If you don't want to talk to me, there's nothing I can do. Prosecutor, did you get the phone? And Jane responded, yes. What did you write here? I said, you knew I would finish strong. Pep talks to keep me performing. I know I was consenting, like you said. You didn't know I didn't want it. This is my truth. I love you very much. I need to take a pause. Okay. Yeah, what are we supposed to do with this? Jane said in her own words, she said that she's reading something she wrote. And it reads, you knew I would finish strong. She's honoring this 2-year contract that they have between each other where she's getting paid $10,000 a month. And like I said earlier in this live, I'm very curious to know what was the expectations of that contract. What were the services to be provided? Now, you and I both know if it's illegal, it doesn't really matter. But we're talking about an agreement between two people right now who were both engaged in activity that most of us, I would think, would probably not. I have to say it that way because these days, who knows, right? So she's saying, you knew I would finish strong, as far as finishing her contract. She said, pep talks to keep me performing. I know I was consenting. Like you said, you didn't know I didn't want it. This is my truth. I love you very much. I need to take a pause. Yeah, the defense is going to tear her apart. Prosecutor, why did you say I know I was consenting? She said, I pick up the word from him. He said, if anyone saw these videos, they'd say you wanted it. Was that true, Jane? She said, I'm still trying to figure that out. See what I'm saying? I'm still trying to figure that out, she said. What did you see in the videos? I was high. I was just following a pattern, performing. Prosecutor, exhibit, please read it. Jane said, it's from my notes. I wrote, I am having PTSD from these nights. Why in your notes app? She said, to get my feelings out. Prosecutor, did you see Sean that day? Jane said, yes, at his home. I was comforted by him. I was able to talk about the pain I was feeling. He was hugging me. Well, girl, you already said that Sean is love bomb me. He is love bomb me. That he loves love. So, okay. Prosecutor, what are these? She said, photos I took of us in his master bathroom. I felt he understood me in this moment. Girl, I cannot. Jane said he had a Halloween video shoot. That was nice, but his birthday was approaching and I felt nervous. He'd want to party hard, but he spent his birthday with his family. I got him a mobile television. We had these things called movie nights, our videos. Jane said, I felt this TV could substitute for the entertainer. Then Cassie's lawsuit came out. It was everywhere on social media. I think I fainted. The prosecutor said, why? She said, because there were 3 pages that were harrowing what I was experiencing. So let's go back over that. She said that Diddy had a Halloween video shoot. She said that was nice, but his birthday was approaching and I felt nervous. He'd want to party hard, but he spent his birthday with his family. I got him a mobile television. We had these things called movie nights, our videos. Jane said, I felt this TV could substitute for the entertainer. Then Cassie's lawsuit came out. It was everywhere on social media. I think I fainted. The prosecutor said, why? She said, because there were 3 pages that were harrowing what I was experiencing. Prosecutor, did you screenshot those pages? Jane said, yes. Do you recognize this? Jane said, it's Cassie's lawsuit filed November 16th, 2023. Had you met Cassie? Jane said, in 2015, a fashion show and celebration for Sean. That's the only time I met Cassie. Jane, I was reading these pages and it felt like a nightmare. I had a lot of sympathy for this because the defense objects. The judge said, ask a new question. Prosecutor, how did you react? She said, like, I can't believe I am reading my own story. Prosecutor, read your messages the day after Cassie's lawsuit. Jane said 4 in one night, and now I'm going to the doctor. Prosecutor, then 3 days later, Jane said, I wrote, I feel like I'm reading my own sexual trauma. God finally woke me up about this cycle. You gaslit me. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me keep going. Prosecutor, we're going to play some audio with your true name redacted. Show the full transcript to the jury. Loud and scratchy audio plays Sean Combs saying, I love you. You know what I'm saying. I'm trying to stop all this madness. Jane said, I don't know. Prosecutor, did you know you were being recorded? Jane said, no. So who was doing the recording? Diddy? Or one of his assistants? Prosecutor, did you know you were being listened in on? She said, no. More audio, Jane saying, who's there when I close my eyes and have these F things in my head? Prosecutor, play to 345. Sean Combs' voice. I'm trying to be there for you. You know what I'm saying. Jane said, I'm just effed up right now. Sean Combs asks, are you recording me? Prosecutor, Jane, were you recording him? She said, absolutely not. More audio in Sean Combs' voice. What you did is not right. You know what I'm saying. I can't talk on this phone. I don't know what the F is going on. I need you to support. You got me that video thing. The prosecutor said, what did that mean? The mobile TV I got him. Prosecutor, Your Honor, this might be a good place to take a break. Said, okay, the jurors, you may go. How much longer, Mr. Comey? The prosecutor said, I'm confident I'll finish today. It may be the end of the day, but today. Okay, her cross may not start then until tomorrow. So they're on break. Let's see if they're probably still on break. Let's just check and see. Yeah, they're still on break. So let's take a quick look at what okay, so before we take a look at the comments, so now Jane is at the point in her testimony where she's basically telling the jury how she reacted when everything went down with Cassie, as far as Cassie filing the lawsuit. And Diddy reaching out to her, just saying, I love you. I'm going to need you to support me. She was actually being recorded when she was talking to Diddy, and she wasn't doing the recording. So the prosecutor asked Jane, did you know you were being recorded? And she said no. So I'm thinking either Diddy was recording or one of Diddy's assistants were recording Jane. So she had a very strong reaction to Cassie filing the lawsuit. She says she thinks she fainted. Now, I'm gonna tell you, I'm having a hard time with Jane's testimony. Pardon me. I'm having a real hard time with Jane's testimony for a couple of reasons. One, throughout her testimony, she seems to be more upset about Diddy not putting her number one than their hotel nights. She seems to be more upset about the amount of time he's spending with other women than he's spending with her. She, just like Cassie, would call and set up these hotel nights. This is what she calls them instead of freak offs. With these other men, she had her preferred men. And when the prosecutor asked her, basically, did she want to participate in these things and how did she like it? She said she's still trying to figure that out. So her answers have not been like, oh, I really didn't want this. He forced me against my will. Her testimony is really, I'm doing this, but I don't like, since I am doing all of this, I need you to like respect me a little bit more and spend more time with me like you promised. Because she says Sean is a love bomber. So I'm having a tough time with her testimony far as seeing her as a victim. And I don't know. I would love to know how you all see it. Do you all see it that way? Do you see it differently? I'm sure there's folks out there who do, because the opinions on all of this is a bit all over the place. But her testimony to me is a little hard to take. It's a little hard to take, and from seeing her as a true victim. But the stuff they were engaged in was effed up. And I guarantee you that when Diddy was arrested in New York at the Hyatt Hotel, and they said that there was stuff there in the hotel to indicate that a woman was there, I bet you any amount of money it was her. And I bet you that's why she's testifying. Because according to her testimony, he is to this day, still paying her $10,000 a month and for her rent. Now, I'm sure his lawyers told him, do not stop making that payment. Do not stop making that payment because of what they're going to try to paint this as. But yeah. So let's take a quick look at the comments and then we'll hop to CNN and see what they're talking about. Someone said, Jane, well done. Your truth is your strength. It doesn't matter how diddlers judge you. Someone else said, end of the day, but today, I feel there's a lot Jane will spill. Someone else said, break time for lunch. Government is hinting at going on direct till the end of the day. Unless they have new topics like DV, they may lose the jury through sheer repetition. I agree with that. Someone else said, what type of mobile TV did she buy him? I thought they didn't make those anymore. I remember back in the day, I had a mobile DVD TV one. Okay. Someone else said lunchtime. I think hopefully they surely meant lunchtime. Okay, someone else said, did the government take all this time for this SHIT and they want to still take the whole day? I was expecting some violence. If after tapping his lines, they don't have anything seriously incriminating, then this would be the greatest overreach and abuse of prosecutorial powers by the USA. I'm seeing this sentiment a lot. Someone said they're trying to use a full day to refresh the jury's memory, but I think it backfires. If there's no physical abuse with photo, video proof, Cross is already looking like it'll be super juicy and intense. Prosecution shouldn't continue to dig a hole that they cannot help her out of. Facts. Someone else said, I wonder how defense is going to cross her. The prosecutor got everything out, not like there's much left really to say. Oh, honey, have you not been following this trial? Have you not been seeing Brian Steele and Westmoreland do their cross-examinations? Oh, trust me, there will be a lot going on. Someone else said, this isn't really groundbreaking information. Why is she on the stand this long? Someone else said, I mean, the testimony is all well and good, but the cross-examination is going to be brutal. I agree. So brutal. I hope they let Nicole step in and do it just for the entertainment value. Yeah, this is going to be bad. Somebody said Six Pack just stalling at the moment. They know, I'm not saying her name, don't stand a chance during Cross trying to delay the inevitable. She's gonna get torn apart in Cross. They are going to shred her in the Cross. Okay. Someone said they're probably keeping her on because the DV is coming up. Someone else said all this occurring just under a year of his arrest. Okay. And somebody else said, dang, 3 more hours of this? Said Comey sure does know how to do a cliffhanger. LMAO. I knew she was going to wait until after lunch to uncock the Glock. Yeah, well, we will see. So let's hop over to CNN and see how they have summed up some of what we just heard. It has been an interesting morning. I think Jane's testimony has done more, quite frankly, to support the defense, in my opinion, than it has the prosecution. And she's not even on cross yet. So you better believe when it's time for her to be cross-examined by Brian Steele or Westmoreland, they are going to shred her to pieces. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? They are going to shred her to pieces. So let's jump in. And the thing about following the verbatim testimony and what's so interesting about that, sometimes you'll look on some of these websites where they are, and I mean mainstream websites, like be it CNN or Washington Post, and they'll say, she talks about being forced to do da 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 da. Jane has not testified about being forced to do anything. Jane has not. Jane has testified about the freak offs, or I'm sorry, she calls them hotel nights. She has talked about the S workers and getting them, flying them in and that type of thing. Now that's probably gonna be a problem for Diddy with some of these charges because you are transporting people across state lines for a commercial sex act, and it's prostitution. So that'll probably be something that will definitely be in the prosecution's favor. But as far as Jane and Diddy and what they're doing, Jane's testimony has not said anything at this point about force. Quite frankly, there's been a lot of testimony shared with us when she's like, oh, why are you spending so much time with this person? And I saw you with Gina, and I'm not Cassie, and I'm not, I mean, yeah, she's doing all of that. And then it's like, look, they played a few audios from Diddy, and I have one of his audios on my channel right now. Right now, for one that they played last week. So make sure you check that out. But they played a couple audios from Diddy. And one of them is kind of like, we're in an open relationship. You know that is what he's saying to her. So you better believe when it's time for the defense to cross examine her, it will not be pretty. It will not. Okay. So let's see. The jury went on lunch break 33 minutes ago. Let me see if I could get to anything here. And they went on lunch. They're expected to return around 1:15, so they should be back now. We'll check back in a second. Uh, so this was a part that I did think was interesting because her calls were being recorded and she didn't know it. So the jury hears recorded phone calls between Combs and Jane. The jury heard a recorded phone call between Jane and Diddy from November 2023. The recording was recovered from a cell phone. Oh, there she goes again. From a cell phone that belonged to Christina Coram, Diddy's former chief of staff. Jane testified she did not know anyone was listening at the time or that she was being recorded. She also said she could hear Combs writing notes during the call. On the call, Combs and Jane spoke about the lawsuit. And it's talking about Cassie's lawsuit. She confirmed on the stand. Combs told her, I really can't talk on this phone, but also said he'd do what he could to make her feel better. Jane is audibly emotional on the call recording. Combs said of the hotel nights, it was just some kinky shit that I thought that we both, you know what I'm saying, enjoyed. Combs said, I need you to be there for me. Jane responded, who's there for me when I close my eyes and I have these effed up things in my head? Jane testified she was referring to the hotel night flashback she'd often have. Combs told her to call Coram if she needed anything before ending the call. Combs and Jane spoke again later that day in another call that was recorded. Combs said multiple times, I need your friendship right now. He also said, you ain't got to worry about nothing else. Jane testified she knew he was referring to the rent payments for her house. Boy, that KK, if your ass is not a co-conspirator, you are going to get on this stage. You talking about this is going to be the biggest. Diddy's going to feel like this is the biggest betrayal out of everybody on this stand, I believe. I believe when KK hits this witness stand, if she's not charged as a co-conspirator, I believe Diddy is going to feel that that is the biggest betrayal to him than anyone else who's been on the stand, including Cassie and including Jane. Okay. Jane continues to testify about her reaction to Cassie's November 2023 federal lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs, a lawsuit in which Ventura accused Combs of rape and physical abuse, and which was settled a day after it was filed. Jane texted Combs in November 2023, a few days after the lawsuit was filed, she testified. She wrote to Combs that she woke up feeling sick and with nightmares because she'd been reading Ventura's lawsuit. I feel like I'm reading my own sexual trauma, she texted to Combs, referencing similarities between her experience and those alleged by Ventura in Ventura's lawsuit. She wrote, even two of my own birthdays, you forced men on me. The sick part is you knew this was coming and you gaslit me and made me feel crazy about the sex trauma I was developing, knowing you've been here before, Jane texted the Combs. It's also clear that this was sexual exploitation that you framed as love for your sick fetishes, Jane wrote at the time. Combs didn't respond for 2 days. He eventually said, call me on this phone, important. Jane testified about learning of Cassie's November 2023 federal lawsuit against Diddy, a lawsuit in which Ventura accused Combs of rape and physical abuse, and which was settled a day after it was filed. She said, I almost fainted. In fact, I think I did. Jane said 3 pages in Cassie's lawsuit had a harrowing resemblance to her own experience. I just reacted like, I can't believe I'm reading my own story, she testified. Jane said 3 pages. Okay, we read that. Okay. Jane said she has only met Ventura a couple of times in passing years ago, and they have not communicated beyond that. Jane messaged Combs after reading the lawsuit, she testified. I was just, quote, I was just in a complete state of shock, just messaging him and just like, what is this? She said. Jane said she left Combs's house before his birthday in hopes of avoiding a party. Jane testified that she went to Sean Diddy's Combs' house soon after the latest exchange she testified about. The visit ended up being one of my favorite moments, she said. The jury saw photos of the two of them together in his master bathroom. She recalled this was the first time she felt supported by Combs. I felt that he had really absorbed for the first time what I was saying. I felt that he understood me in this moment. They spent time together over the next few days in late October, but she left when it got closer to his birthday on November 4th. With celebrations, I just felt like they would be put on me as far as him wanting to party. Combs didn't call her to party for his birthday, but Jane said she bought him a mobile television screen they could use for pornographic movie nights, hoping that could replace entertainers. The jury has heard a further string of October 23 text messages between Jane repeatedly asks her to call him to talk. At one point, Jane texted Combs, you placed and paid all of these harmful men on me and risked my health. This was, quote, this was never love. I regret everything and all this dark, toxic shit that entered my life. After more messages were sent, Jane and Combs had a phone call in which he tried to calm her down. She later texted him that she was, quote, processing some sort of trauma and just needs some healing time to get back to myself. Quote, I feel as your lover, I wanted to please you and de-stress you, and I pushed through and went along with things even when deep down I wanted the night to be over, she said to Combs in a message. She wrote that she would try to give Combs cues to let him know she wanted to finish, but he would encourage her to push through. I know. Oh, did I just? I really, let me see. Okay, there we go. I know, this is a quote from Jane. I know I was consenting, like I say on tape, Jane wrote. She testified that she was referencing their phone conversation in which Combs told her, if anyone were to watch these tapes, they would have thought you were having the best time. They look like you were consenting. The prosecutor then asked her if that was true. Jane paused for a long time before responding. I'm still trying to figure that out. See, it's that type of testimony right there, because it's a lot about Jane's testimony to me that is problematic. And that type of response right there, that has got to give the jury, some folks on the jury, something to wrestle with. Because out of all of these things you're telling us, all of the things with the hotel nights, she has not testified at this point about being forced into these situations. She has talked about how she felt, because they have this love contract, that how she felt when he was starting to give more attention to other women, when he was starting to show up on Instagram or in other public places with other women. She wanted to be number one, and she felt like he wasn't giving her that attention. She talks about that. So she talks about that more so being a problem than about participating in these hotel nights. It almost comes across to me as if the hotel nights became more and more of a problem to her because he wasn't giving her the attention she needed. And I'm saying that based off of what she is literally saying in her testimony. And then to come to a question from the prosecution when they said, if anyone were to watch these tapes, they would have thought you were having the best time. They look like you were consenting. And were you consenting? And she said, I'm still trying to figure that out. What you think the defense gonna do with that? Okay. Jane said that after the quote unquote sobriety party, Diddy went to Miami. She said she texted him asking him to put money in her account. Jane sent more angry text messages about feeling used for the sobriety party that had turned into a hotel night. When Combs didn't answer, Combs sent her an audio message telling her he's single and does not have to listen to her. The argument continued, and eventually Jane and Combs got on the phone. Jane testified that over the phone, Combs offered to pay 3 months more rent after she expressed her frustration over the party, which she called traumatic. Jane testified that she told him, I'm not Gina or Cassie. Two other women Combs dated, who Jane said left their relationships with Combs, quote unquote, quietly. After the call, Jane texted him, you agreed to match my 2-year investment in this toxic ass relationship. Quote, match the 2 years like you said, and we're leaving each other alone, Jane messaged him. Don't call me, don't text me, I'm dead to you. She testified that she wrote, I'm dead to you because Combs had said that to her on the phone call. In a later text, she said that Combs had been threatening to take away her home. Combs responded by calling Jane crazy. He said that, quote, the beauty is we both don't have to do anything we don't want to do. Jane testified that he was referring to paying her rent in that message. Now, see this again to me is one of those testimonies that it is kind of going to be hard. How will the jury process that? He tells you, look, nobody got to do anything they don't want to do. Okay. You and I have whatever kind of agreement, and I'm taking care of you. You don't have to worry about anything. There's a certain kind of way I need you to show up for me. You agree to it. You do not have to do that, and I do not have to pay you this money. Now, people may get under, well, is that legal? Can he say that? Can he do that? We can debate that, and I think the lawyers will. That's why we got this trial right now. That's being debated literally right now, right? But from how the jury will perceive that, to me, that is like the bigger question. Like, how will the jury perceive that? How will they perceive that? All right. Jane responded that he was threatening her house for the millionth time and that he got her sick. She testified that after the sobriety party, she got a UTI and a yeast infection. Honey, if all these people got UTIs and yeast infections, I would be shocked. Okay, after their message exchanges about his health, Jane met Diddy Combs at his residence and then ended up going to a hotel room for a quote sobriety party on October 18th, 2023. Jane didn't take drugs during the sobriety party, and she threw up after having sex with two men. When she told Combs she had thrown up, he said, okay, that's good. You'll feel better now. Let's go outside. She then had sex with a third man. Jane said at the end of the night, she felt absolutely terrible. Wow. They say, remember, Jane has previously testified that following about the October 23rd sobriety party at a hotel in Beverly Hills, she said that wanted Combs to get sober around this time, and he agreed to stop taking substances for 30 days, but wanted to have one last sobriety party first. This party was a hotel night that lasted 12 to 18 hours. She didn't take any drugs, but Combs took ecstasy and cocaine. The prosecutor asked Jane last week how she felt after doing that hotel night without any drugs. She said, I was just disgusted. I was just repulsed. I was just so mad at myself for doing that, Jane responded. I just deeply regretted that. Okay, Jane continues to testify about text conversations she had with Sean. Combs texted Jane a screenshot of a conversation he had with his doctor about his knees. He wrote that he was stressed, that there was a lot going on, and on top of that, I'm horny. Oh. Combs texted Jane a screenshot of a conversation he had with his doctor about his knees. He wrote that he was stressed, that there was a lot going on, and on top of that, I'm horny, according to testimony. Jane responded by telling him to take it easy and giving him some advice about his medical issues. She had not agreed to see him before that message, but she responded because she cared about his health. The fight carried, okay, let's see what came before that. After the short break, Jane has resumed testifying about the text conversation between her and Diddy on October 16th. Spend the day with your family, or Gina. I need time to myself, Jane wrote, according to messages she read aloud in court. Gina is another woman Combs had a relationship with. No, I want to see you. We don't have to have sex. I want to spend the day with you, please, Combs responded, according to the reading in court. You beat the love out of us. You made it crystal clear exactly what you want me for. You're going to spend the day, what, love bombing me so you can get what you want? It's not genuine. I've hit a mental and spiritual wall, Jane wrote in the messages. She testified that, quote, whenever he wanted me or one of these nights, the love bombing or the persistency would start and you would fall for it every time. The fight carried into the next day, Jane testified. She said she told Sean Combs she needed space and stopped answering his calls. Combs left her an audio message saying, you know I wouldn't be calling like you like this. I need you, girl. Oh my God. Then later in the day, Combs said, quote, can I please come over there? That's my house too. Jane said he was referring to the house she was living in where he was paying the rent. Jane testified that she was shutting him out, not answering his messages or calls, because every time she let him in, quote, I'd be right back into whatever he wanted. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee, ooh-wee, ooh-wee. Okay, let's see. Okay, Jane is back on the stand. We're gonna get caught up on the CNN side, and then we'll flip back to the thread that is on X. The first time Jane saw Diddy after Cassie's 2023 federal lawsuit against him was February 2024. In Jane's mind, she and Combs were, quote, on a break between November 2023 and February 2024, but they still had some communication in those months, Jane testified. Jane sent Diddy a message on December 7th, 2023 with a screenshot of something on Instagram that she said was, quote, something that was very triggering for me. The Instagram post was not discussed or shown in court. Jane texted Combs, I'm crying and it's so close to some nights I felt forced. She also wrote, please stop using women for your fetish and leave women alone who don't want to do those nights with you. Hire prostitutes and stop emotionally harming women that love you. Combs responded, "You're trying to set me up. This is crazy, effing crazy. Are you recording our phone calls?" Jane texted back, "No, stop calling me. You will never understand because you're so deep in your own lies that you tell yourself." She also wrote, "I set up the men for myself because I didn't want to be set up with any more strangers. It was a protective instinct for myself." So clearly at this point, Diddy is a little nervous about these conversations, as well he should be at this point. Okay. Uh Jane read aloud messages between her and Diddy in December 2023, where Combs asked her if she was dating. She sent him an audio message, which was not played in court, and then wrote in part, "I became the side chick and the S worker in my own relationship." She said the situation was quote unquote traumatizing for her. Combs responded asking if she was seeing anyone, and then later asked if she wanted to see him in the new year and asked about his Christmas present. Jane responded to him saying she was only going to provide for her child for the holidays. Let's see. She was only going to provide for her child for the holidays that year because she had, quote, an unproductive couple of years. She testified that she was referring to the years she spent in the relationship where most of her time was taken up with hotel nights. Child. And if your famous baby father doesn't use that to try to get full custody of this child, wow. Wow. Yeah, I can see your famous baby father definitely using this in court to get full custody of his son. So let me just go back over to X and see if we have any update, which we should by now. And then I will flip you all back to that page. So just a second. Let's see where they've left off. Uh just a second, still checking here. I tell you, boy, this I'm ready for the cross examination to begin. I'm ready for that to start. I'm ready for the defense to have their turn at this because yeah, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good at all. At all. Okay, I'm not seeing an update at this point. Let me just keep checking. Let me just keep checking. Yeah, we're still waiting. Pardon me for the update on the thread on the X side from Inner City Press. And let me just check again, make sure I'm not missing something here. Uh, okay. That part about her being recorded and she not knowing that she was being recorded, I thought that was interesting. I thought it was also very interesting that she was being recorded by KK because they got those recordings off of KK's phone. Y'all, KK got to be a witness. She doesn't have a choice. If KK is not being charged as a co-conspirator, if she is not being charged as a co-conspirator, then she has to be a witness. She's too involved. And all that she put out about I have never and I can't believe my name is being mentioned in this and blah 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 blah. Girl, stop. They got you on video. They got pictures of you showing up the security guard's job, trying to get the video from the hotel and all that. Like, girl, stop. Stop. Did it pay you enough money to cover this? Is what would be my question for KK. Did whatever Diddy paid you, and I'm assuming he paid you well. Was it enough for this? Was it? Was it enough for this? So right now we're still waiting to see if there's any update on the X side from the thread, and we don't have anything right now. So while we wait, I will check in and see what might we have like on Washington Post regarding this trial. Because they similar to CNN, they're also updating live. So I'll just see what they're doing while we wait. But yeah, so if the prosecution has Jane on the stand to the end of the day, then we'll get the defense attorney first thing in the morning. And I'm gonna tell you that is where the fireworks will begin. That is where the fireworks will begin. They are gonna tear Jane apart. And Jane has given them so much ammunition. So much ammunition. It's even interesting when all this broke out with Cassie and those text messages they showed where she's saying to Diddy, like, I feel traumatized. I feel like when we were doing that, I felt forced. Let me tell you, up until the whole Cassie situation, all of the text messages we've seen involving Jane, all of the things she testified on the stand, she never said anything about feeling forced. Never, never. She complained about, okay, why are you with this person? Why are you with that person? Her biggest complaint was that she felt like he was not spending enough time with her outside of the hotel nights. So outside of she was upset that their relationship had become primarily about hotel nights. And she saw him giving to other women, certain trips on a yacht, certain things she saw him doing with other women on Instagram. And, you took her on this trip and you were supposed to take me. She was more so upset about that. Prosecutor asked you, how did you feel about, these hotel nights? Did you want it? She said, I'm still trying to figure that out. Well, if you're still trying to figure out whether or not you wanted these hotel nights or not, what does that tell us? That tells us, to me, that you were not forced. Sounds like to me you made a lot of bad decisions. Okay. Now he's the one with the money. He's the one paying your rent. You got into that agreement willingly. You even negotiated your amount. Is that force? They've shared text messages where when she's getting on him about how she's feeling and how she's feeling mistreated, and he's 10 toes down in what he's saying about, hey, you know what this is? This is an open relationship. If we don't have to be together, we do not have to be together. And of course it's in there that if we're not together, I'm not going to continue paying for your stuff, right? So to me, in that moment, that's up to her to choose whether or not, okay, you don't have to pay for my stuff. Because I can't believe, first of all, that you have a son by this famous person and you don't have enough resources from that, and an underage son at that. That you don't have enough resources from that person where you could still have a roof over your head, your basic needs, and then some met. Why would you need this? Why would you need this? You may want it, but why do you need this? Right? So her testimony to me so far, and they may be getting to like physical violence. So far in her testimony, there's been no physical violence between her and Diddy. Now she may definitely get to that before she leaves the stand, but so far there has been no testimony to that. So when you say, when the prosecutor asks you, well, did you want to participate in these hotel nights? And you like, I'm still trying to figure that out. Then what that tells me is that you were making decisions. You were making decisions. You felt some kind of way about those decisions because it wasn't bearing the fruit you wanted it to bear, like being closer to him, you being number one on the roster, that fruit. It wasn't bearing that fruit. And so you felt the way. You felt the way. Is that force? In my opinion, that's not force. In my opinion, that is not force. So again, that is just her testimony up until this point because knowing Diddy and the type of person he is and the type of horrible things he has done, it's probably coming. Okay. So let's see. We got another update here on CNN because we're still waiting for the update on the X thread, and it hasn't been updated yet. Jane is continuing to testify about messages she exchanged with Sean in December 2023. On December 27, 2023, she sent Combs messages in which she said he was, quote, unquote, never satisfied. Quote, you couldn't ever handle this pain. I'm not even the same person anymore, she said in the messages. Combs asked her how they could move on and asked if she was free in the new year. Jane said she lifted him up in those rooms and took on a lot to make him happy. In later messages, Combs said, quote, stop with the rooms and accused her of setting him up. Well, honestly, I think Diddy has a point. I think Jane realized that it was about to go down with Diddy because remember now, this is all after the whole Cassie thing, and so yeah, she knew things were about to go down, and I do think she was positioning herself at this point to get paid because the thing she's saying to him in these text messages now, she did not say any of this type of stuff to him, not any of it, prior to him settling that lawsuit with Cassie in less than 24 hours. Cassie got that big payday. Prior to that, based off of Jane's testimony and based off of the text messages that the government has shared with us today, she was not saying any of the types of things we're seeing now. Like, you couldn't ever handle this pain. I'm not even the same person anymore. She wasn't saying any of that. She wasn't, I feel like this and I felt forced. She was not saying anything like that until after Cassie's settlement. So Combs asked her how they could move on and asked if she was free in the new year. Jane said she lifted him up. Was that like Lion King or something? Jane said she lifted him up in those rooms and took on a lot to make him happy. In later messages, Combs said stop with the rooms and accused her of setting him up. She is definitely trying to set you up in this moment. I would just call it like this. This is Jane at this point is doing what she needs to do in order to later cash in herself. I do believe that. I do believe that. Okay. Jane testified that he was referring to the hotel nights and testified that she was not planning on filing a lawsuit against him. Jane is definitely when Diddy was arrested at that Hyatt Hotel in New York and they found all that stuff in the room, the baby oil, the Astroglide, the stripper shoes, the drugs, and also evidence that a woman was in the room. You will not be able to make me believe anything other than that was Jane. And that Jane has now somehow has probably cut some kind of deal with the prosecution. Some of it may be sealed, so we don't know that was her, but you cannot, because Jane would not be on the stand testifying without that. And keep in mind, Diddy is still to this day, still paying her rent. Now, some of that, of course, is smart on his lawyer's part because you don't want to stop paying it now because, of course, they're going to try to paint the picture of this was a consensual relationship. He cared about her. He took care, blah, blah, blah. But the fact of the matter is he is still paying her rent right now. She testified to that. So all this time he's been sitting in jail waiting for his trial. He's had whomever's in charge, because we know it's not KK anymore. She's waiting to testify against him, He's had whomever make sure that her rent is being taken care of. Now what should the jury do with that? Okay. So let me check y'all and see if we have an update from the X thread It seems like we should by now. Uh, and if we don't, we'll just come back to CNN and Washington Post if necessary. So, yeah, I'm not seeing an update from Inner City Press yet, but I am going to check one more time just in case my refresh here is not doing what it needs to do. Uh, I hate when this happens. This is one of the reasons I like joining this live a little bit late to try to give them time to have this thread in order. Okay. Let's flip over. I'm going to flip you guys back to the X feed. It's not updating yet, but we could still talk through some things while we look at some of the testimony that has already been given today. It is I wish the defense would actually start with her today because I'm kind of ready. The prosecution to me at this point is just kind of being repetitive in their questions. They're really being repetitive. I mean, they haven't at this point introduced any violence or anything like that. So they are really just being very, very repetitive in what they are asking. And so it's kind of like, okay, we've heard you on this. We kind of got that. What else y'all want us to know? So that's why I'm just kind of ready for the defense to start their cross-examination. So we see earlier where a prosecutor said, "Did you know you were being recorded?" Now they played in the courtroom a conversation between Diddy and Jane. And Jane said no, she didn't know she was being recorded. So the prosecutor said, "Did you know you were being listened in on?" Jane said no. So more audio. Jane saying, "Who's there when I close my eyes and I have these F things in my head?" Then we hear Diddy's voice. They play audio with Diddy voice who says, "I'm trying to be there for you. You know what I'm saying. I'm just effed up right now. Are you recording me?" And isn't it interesting that he's asking her, "Are you recording me?" While this call is being recorded, and according to the testimony, these recordings were taken off of KK. That there's that name again, taken off of KK Diddy's chief of staff phone. So he's asking her, "Are you recording me?" while they're actually recording her. So the prosecutor said, "Jane, were you recording him?" And she said, "Absolutely not." Okay, so in Sean Combs' voice, and we're just going over some testimony we went over while we wait for an update. What you did is not right. You know what I'm saying. I can't talk on this phone. I don't know what the F is going on. I need you to support me. You got me that video thing. Prosecutor said, "What did that mean?" She said, "The mobile TV I got him." Prosecutor said, "Your Honor," okay, that was a good time to take a break. Okay, well, thank goodness we finally have an update. So let's see. This update on Inner City Press is way behind what CNN has already updated. Jane said, "I was commenting about the girlfriend of another rapper. I said she is so beautiful." The prosecutor said, "Was this rapper an old friend of yours?" She said, "Yes. I was flown to Las Vegas. There was a birthday party and we went to a strip club. I recognized Anton." Prosecutor, other than that time, had you ever seen Anton other than on hotel nights? She said no. Prosecutor, this friend, was it platonic? She said yes. In the hotel room, Anton was having sex with a woman. The rapper and his girlfriend were there. There was flirting. Please don't tell us who this was because I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know who this other rapper was. I don't want to know anything about his girlfriend. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Anton made the rounds, apparently. Let's read that again. Prosecutor says, other than that time, had you ever seen Anton other than on hotel night? She said no. This friend, was it platonic? The prosecutor asked. She said yes. In the hotel room, Anton was having sex with a woman. The rapper and his girlfriend were there. There was flirting. Okay. That sounds like something that would make Diddy go off. Prosecutor said, "How were your finances?" Let me make the screen a little bit bigger for you guys. Anybody who's trying to follow this later. Okay. The prosecutor asked, "How were your finances in January 2024?" She said, "I decided to do OnlyFans." Prosecutor, "What kind of content did you create?" She said, "Lingerie, swimwear, implied nudity." Prosecutor asked, "What's that?" She said, "Your hand covers your body. I wanted to stand on my 2 feet." So at this point, I'm assuming she meant to say I wanted to stand on my own 2 feet. So at this point, she's trying to get money on her own so that she don't have to be beholden to anyone else, right? So that's why she's doing OnlyFans. She said in an earlier testimony that she had a friend who did OnlyFans and made $4 million. So there's that. OnlyFans is not illegal. So um she's talking about that. She even testified to that a little bit earlier about wanting to do OnlyFans and that Diddy was against it. So I guess at this point, let's see, she said January 2024. Okay, at this point, everything has then popped off at that point. So I'm sure at this point she is perhaps trying to secure her own bag. Because $4 million is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Okay, let's see if we have any other update here. Okay. Jane said, "I was also okay." This is what I'm talking about because I'm trying to understand why you felt you had to do all this with your famous baby father. Jane said, "I was also getting child support and some money from Bear. I advertised his brand on my social media. He offered me money. Actually, he just sent it to me." Prosecutor, "How much?" She said, $9,000. He said, "If you want to post for my brand, do. No big deal." Okay. I'm curious as to how much was the child support. And I don't know if they get that if they're going to be allowed to ask that, but if I were on that jury, I declare I would want to know how much was your child support. Because you're making it seem like this man was holding over your head that if you didn't do these things, he wasn't going to pay you that $10,000 a month, and then you would not be able to afford your house, or would it be that you wouldn't be able to afford? I don't know. I'm having a hard time processing this. I'm having a hard time processing this, and I hope the defense gets more into the dollars and cents of it, because I do not believe that your underage child from this other famous man, you would have been somewhere homeless or in a shelter or something with this kid. I do not believe that. So why did you need this money from Diddy to begin with? I mean, was it just you wanted more? You wanted more money to spend? You wanted more, but did you need more? Is my question. Did you need more money? Did you need that money from Diddy in order for you and your son to be in a safe, healthy, and very, very nice environment? Did you need that money from Diddy? Did you? So I'm just curious to see if the defense will get a little bit deeper into that. Let's see. Let me go back out and just see if we have any other update here. Boy, 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 boy. Okay, we do. Wait. No. No. Yep, no, we don't. Somebody in the comments said Anton always busy. That's what I said. Whoever Anton is, he is busy. Somebody said, "Who's the rapper?" Someone else said, "Oh shit, that's the first indication that other rappers or celebrities were present at these freak offs. Thought we lost you there for a second, man. I hope everything." Okay, I don't know what it means. Someone said, "So it was an orgy. I'm lost." The other rapper was French and Chloe. We do not know that. Someone else said, "Who's the rapper?" Someone else said, "Wait, how did we get here?" Someone else commented, "We need to know who this rapper is now since they have a sex worker there." And they said it was a rapper who was there with his girlfriend. Someone said, I'm confused. Hmm. I was saying, oh snap. Oh snap. Yeah. 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 It's yeah. If we get any closer to knowing who this is, let me go over to CNN right quick and see if we have anything more there. All right. Let's see what we have. Okay, we read that part. I'm just over on CNN trying to see what updates they may have. All right, so while we wait on the X thread update, let me just share with you all what's on the CNN side. On the CNN side, update posted 6 minutes ago. They said Jane is testifying more about the text messages she sent to Sean in December 2023. Now, remember, this is after Cassie's lawsuit has been settled. She said she felt manipulated and violated, and she said she was venting to the only person she could because she never confided in anyone else about hotel nights. When asked why she never told anyone, Jane testified, because it was just a shameful, dark secret of mine. I'm sorry, I'm not buying it, Jane, but let me continue. In the messages, Combs asked to see her, but she wasn't answering him for a time. Jane testified that she was trying not to answer Combs because he would gaslight her in a way that warped her sense of reality. Quote, every time I would speak my truth or how I would be really feeling, Sean would just give me a different version of it and say, it wasn't this or it wasn't that. At some point, they got on a FaceTime call. Jane testified that Combs told her on the phone repeatedly to charge him an amount that would help her move on. According to Jane, Combs said things on the phone like, charge me for your resentment. And I just need you to get over this. Jane testified he also said at the time, I don't want any loose ends. After that call, Jane sent Combs a text outlining terms in which Combs would pay her hundreds of thousands of dollars for what she felt would compensate her for the 3 years of their relationship. In response, Combs told her she was an opportunist, a liar, and a con artist. She also testified that Combs threatened to show her sex tapes to the father of her child. Woo wee! Woo wee! And do y'all remember in an interview her baby's father did with somebody a while back? I don't think it was the Breakfast Club. I don't think. But he testified to receiving a tape that was Cassie in one of these freak offs. And he said he reached out to Diddy to make him aware that he saw this video and, like, hey, man, this you? To let him know, like, hey, I saw this tape with your girl. So it is interesting that if that story that 50 has told in an interview is true, has it now come to this where your op, because these two are not friends, nowhere near it, is threatening to send you threatening her that he might send the sex tapes to him because he is the father of her child. Now, based on how we all know the father of her child, if Diddy sent him the tape, 50's not going to take the high road. Okay? 50 is not going to say, I need to handle this responsibly, because at the end of the day, I have an 11-year-old son that doesn't need to be torn apart by all of this effery that's everywhere in the media. It'll be everywhere in the media. So I need to chill. There is no chill with her baby's father. So if he sent that to her baby's father, I could imagine him taking that and one probably blasting her and him on social media in a troll kind of way, you know? If he was not so if her baby's father wasn't so petty, he would probably take that and use that in order to get full custody of his kid if that's what he wanted. So, it's interesting that he threatened to send that to, her baby's father, and I wonder what her concern was about if that got into her baby's father's hands. What did she think he would do? Okay. And then she said she spent so much of her time in those 3 years with him having these hotel nights. Where was the kid? Okay, one more thing I'll read here on the CNN site before I hop back over to the X thread because hopefully it's updated by now. On December 2023, Jane texted Christina Corm. There she go again, y'all. KK, we're going to need you to come to the front of the class, girl. We're going to need you to come to the front of the class because you are truly, if there is a co-conspirator in this thing, KK is definitely at the top of the list. Top of the list. And if they're not filing charges against KK as a co-conspirator, you better believe she is going to get on that witness stand and sing like a effing canary. Okay. So back to what they're saying on CNN. On December 28, 2023, Jane texted KK, Diddy's former chief of staff, that Combs had threatened her about her sex tape. Sounds familiar? Sounds familiar? People had reached out. I think Cassie had reached out to KK before about this very same thing. Quote, he said that he would expose me and send them to my child's father. He has been bothering me for 2 months, she wrote to KK. Jane said she talked to KK on the phone the next day, and KK agreed to hide the phones the tapes were on. KK then suggested Jane and Combs give each other space. Jane said KK told her, quote, I always tell him all the time to just give these things space. Otherwise, we end up in the situation like we're in now. KK, why are you not in no jail jumpsuit right now? Why are you not in a jail jumpsuit right now, KK? Let's read that again. Jane said she talked to KK on the phone the next day, and KK agreed to hide the phones the tapes were on. KK then suggested Jane and Combs give each other space. Jane said KK told her, quote, I always tell him all the time to just give these things space. Otherwise, we end up in the situation like we're in now. Jane said she understood KK was referring to Ventura's lawsuit. Yeah, KK, we need you, girl. We need you, girl. Okay. Another update on the CNN side says that after their December 2023 conversation, Jane and Diddy didn't speak again until February 2024. She felt a sense of calm during that time with some distance from Combs, she testified. Jane described a trip she took in January 2024 with friends to Las Vegas. She flew to Las Vegas on a rapper's plane. Who's the rapper? Is this Future? Who? Never mind. Maybe we don't need to know. Maybe we don't need to know. She flew to Las Vegas on a rapper's plane and went with the group to dinner. And you know what? Let me just say this. Now, Jane, if you want us to believe all this that you're saying, because like I said, her tone and the things she was saying, pardon me, in these messages, after Cassie filed that lawsuit and received that settlement in 24 hours is drastically different than anything Jane was saying before. Now, come on, y'all. We know what that is. It is drastically different. And if you are so sick and over what comes with, being in this what lifestyle of the rich and famous and drug addicts and all the things, the fetishes. Why you now on a plane from another rapper? Because there's not no love fest going on. So what if you're so sick of that life and you're finally free? You're finally free from what you call your trauma, your S trauma. Why you up here on another plane from another rapper? Why? So she flew to Las Vegas on a rapper's plane and went with the group to dinner, a show, and later the rapper's hotel room. When some of the group got to the hotel room late that night, one of the entertainers she and Combs paid for hotel room encounters was there. He was having sex with a woman while the others watched. Man, 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 man. Diddy is not the only freak. She didn't name the rapper or any other people in the party other than the entertainer. Jane's finances started to pick back up in January 2024 after she started an OnlyFans account posting content of her in lingerie, swimwear, and in sexy, suggestive positions. She said a friend also helped her by sending her about $9,000 that month. She testified. Wow. Jane says she got back in touch with Combs because she missed him dearly. Yeah, because you told us yesterday or Friday you were with him up until the time he got arrested. Combs texted her saying he had a dream about her. She testified that she responded because she missed him dearly. In the messages, Combs said he missed her smile and told her to send a picture of them pretty teeth. Oh, yeah, the teeth that he reminded her that he had paid for. She testified to that too. He then asked if she was free on her birthday. In later messages, Combs said he would love to spend her birthday with her. Quote, I'm a little traumatized from my past birthdays and what they ultimately led to at the end of the night, she texted him. Jane testified she was referring to the hotel nights that occurred on her birthday in previous years. Well, I'm going to tell you this. If it is thought right now that when Diddy was arrested and he had all the supplies in the hotel room for a freak off, and there was evidence that a woman was staying there, and some people are believing that woman was more than likely Jane, then there was no reason for her to ever believe that he was going to stop wanting these freak offs. Fetish, addiction, whatever you call it. He apparently wanted that more than anything else. That was clear. And she was still there. If we are to believe that the woman's belongings in detail in Diddy's hotel, the Hyatt, when he got arrested, belonged to her. All right, so let's go back here. I know it's a lot, y'all. Let's go back here and see if we have any update. Let's see. Giving it a little chance to update. Let's see. Okay, we do have something. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so again, they're saying here what we just read on CNN that she went to this party. She was on some other rapper's plane. Anton, the S worker, was there having sex with a woman. People was watching. The rapper and his girlfriend was there. There was flirting. Prosecutor said, again, how was your finances? She talked about doing her OnlyFans, and she talked about what kind of content she created. And so, okay, we're good on that testimony. Then she said, I was also getting child support. We read that testimony. So this Sean messaged me. He'd had a dream about me that I was on the Concorde. Why did you answer him? I missed him dearly. He said, so what you want to do on your birthday? I said, I'm traumatized by my past birthdays and what they led to. What did Sean write? He said, if you change your mind, I miss you. Stay happy. Love. What did you write? That I'm just being mature. I don't think I'm ready to see you. Prosecutor, did you see him for your birthday in February 2024? She said, yes, of course she did. Of course she did. Of course she did. Now, right here, is this force? Are we supposed to say, oh, but she was so psychologically damaged and frail at that point that even though she had put some separation between her and him, when he came a calling on that day, she wasn't strong enough to say no or strong enough not to spend time with him. And so that's his fault. Okay. Prosecutor said, how was it in Miami? She said, Sean had candles. My heart was beating super fast, and I think his was beating fast too. We were oddly in the same color. I thought that was nice. Prosecutor said, what happened at dinner? Balloons, a 5-course dinner. Girl, he's setting you up, and you done been through enough of these. You don't know. Jane said, we used ecstasy, and then Sean asked, do you want to see Don? Prosecutor, what was your reaction? She said, I was high. I said, okay. Me and Don had sex in one star. Then we rested a couple days. Then we flew to LA. We were back together. I can't. Prosecutor, in 2024, where did you visit Sean? Miami in May, July, and August, and at my residence in LA a couple of times. Did you and Sean go out in Miami and LA in 2024? She said, no, things had really hit the fan. A lot was going wrong in his life. This is crazy. I just I'm just so challenged with Jane's testimony. You know by now, okay? Because Jane is painting Jane's testimony and text messages. You could put her testimony and text messages into pre-Cassie lawsuit and post-Cassie lawsuit, far as how they change. And the thing she's saying about, the trauma, she needed separation, she needed to feel better about herself. He called her yet again saying, hey, been thinking about you. Send me a picture of those pretty teeth. See, that was shady right there by Diddy, because he already had threw up in her face that he had paid for her teeth. So I'm like, lady, are you paying attention? So he does all of his what she's already said. He love bombs. She's already said that. So he's doing all the I love you, I miss you, it's a tough time right now. I want to take you out. And she said he does. He takes her out to a 5-star, 5-course dinner, you know. And then he says, you want to see Don, one of the entertainers? She's testifying that before she even agreed to see him on the birthday, she was hesitant because she knew what those uh meetings, when they were supposedly going to celebrate her birthday, what those times would usually turn into. So she was hesitant, but she went anyway. She went anyway. And then by the time he asked her about Don, she's telling the prosecutor, well, I was hot in, so I said, okay. Now she said we used ecstasy. She didn't say he forced it down her throat and he made her take it, or he slipped something in her drink. These people were doing drugs together, just like Diddy and Cassie and Diddy and Banner and Diddy and all the assistants, and Diddy and KK probably was on something. This was a part of what they all did. So you didn't want to go to this birthday party. You finally got you some separation from Diddy to get your mind together because you know you traumatized post the Cassie lawsuit. And you don't want to go meet up with Diddy for your birthday because normally when you meet up with Diddy for your birthday, even when he's promised you that it's going to be just a one-on-one, it turns into one and many. You know this because this has happened time and time and time and time again. So he takes you out to the dinner, got you balloons, I'm sure it was a very fancy restaurant, I'm sure. And then he asks you, you want to see Don? And you said, well, I was high by then, so I said, okay. So you had sex with Don, the entertainer. Then you and Diddy rested a couple of days. And then y'all flew to LA and then y'all were back together. And remember, maybe right after lunch or right before lunch, the prosecutor asked her about these hotel nights. And I'm paraphrasing here, but basically, did you want to participate in the hotel nights? And she said, I'm still trying to figure that out. You're still trying to figure that out. Doesn't sound like force to me. Sounds like a choice that you probably are trying to get the best out of or the best outcome at this point. To me, that's what it sounds like. So the prosecutor asked her in 2024, where did you visit Sean? She said, Miami in May, July, and August, and at my residence in LA a couple of times. Did you and Sean go out in Miami and LA in 2024? She said, no, things had really hit the fan. You best believe it did. A lot was going on in his life. Let's see what else we have going on here. Jane said the press was after him about Cassie's lawsuit. Prosecutor, oh Lord, with which entertainers do you have sex with in 2024? Okay, I had a moment there because when the prosecutor asked with which entertainers, I forgot that that's what they're calling the S workers because I first thought they were getting ready to name like the rapper she mentioned earlier who was there with the girlfriend, and Anton, one of the ex-workers, was there having sex with somebody and people were watching. Prosecutor said, with which entertainers do you have sex with in 2024? She said, Anton, Don, Larry. We stayed in the residences. There was a lot of focus on Sean elsewhere. I showed him how lucrative OnlyFans was. Jane said Sean was putting on music and he went to my phone. He asked me, who's Bear? Why are you texting like this with him? The money thing came up that Bear had sent me money. He started getting dressed. I started crying. I felt misunderstood. Prosecutor, what did Sean text you? He wrote, what's going to happen if I come over tonight? I said, do you want me to be alone? I can arrange that. I wrote back, he was supposed to see his mother, in air quotes. I meant another woman. He wanted a party. What did Sean ask? He said he wanted me to sign something for him so he could have closure. I thought he meant so I wouldn't be a threat. Prosecutor, had you ever sent him a demand letter? She said no. Sean said, you are making your own money. Now, what did he have her sign? Oh, okay. Let me flip over to CNN right quick and read you all what they're saying over there about this. Jane testifies about how she got back together with Combs. The jury saw a long text message exchange between Jane and Sean about whether they should spend her birthday together. Jane expressed in several text messages that she did not think it was a good idea, but she eventually agreed to go visit Combs in Miami for her birthday. When she got there, Combs had a private dinner with decorations and gifts set up at his home in Miami. After dinner, Jane and Combs started drinking and took ecstasy, she testified. Sometime in the early morning hours, Combs asked Jane if she wanted to see Don, one of the entertainers from previous hotel nights. Jane testified that she agreed and had sex with Don in front of Combs at Combs's residence. Prosecutor Maureen Coleman asked why Jane agreed to have sex with Don. She said, "At this point, I'm just so used to this being the outcome of whatever we're doing that I just accept it." The key point to me is the prosecutor asked, "Why did you agree? Why did you agree?" He asked you, "Do you want to see Don?" And the prosecutor is even asking you, "Why did you agree?" This isn't you were forced, you were drugged into something. You were asked, "Do you want to do this?" And you agreed. And you said, "Well, at that point, I was just so used to doing it. I mean, I'm just so used to that being the end result of any time we got together. So, is that force? Is that force? Could she not have made another choice? Could she not have made another choice? Or is it like I'm sure other folks think, "Oh, but the trauma was so deep by then, she couldn't make another choice." She and Combs rested in Miami a couple of days after that before she flew back to Los Angeles, she said. When she left Miami, Jane and Combs were back together, she testified. They were back together. Okay. Let's see what update we have uh back over here on this side with X. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. All that's going down with Cassie at this point in the lawsuit, he's still, he's still having these FOs, these hotel nights. But hey, he had supplies in the hotel when he got arrested in New York. Now I think he thought he was going. I think his lawyers had misled him to think that he was going to go in. He was going to plead. He was supposed to turn himself in, and then they ended up New York ended up arresting him the day before. But he had come to New York to turn on his own free will to turn himself in. If his lawyers knew that New York was going to try to pull that play and like arrest him early, and I don't know, then try to say we can't let him out because he could be a flight risk. I'm sure his lawyers, when as soon as he got to New York, they would have drove straight to the police station. But anyway, he was supposed to turn himself in that next morning. And I'm sure his lawyers had already assured him that we're going to get you out on bail and then we'll prepare for this case. And we all see that that did not happen. Right. So the prosecutor said, "What did Sean ask?" Jane said, "He said he wanted me to sign something for him so he could have closure. I thought he meant so I wouldn't be a threat." We've read this. Prosecutor said, "Had you ever sent him a demand letter?" She said, "No." Sean said, "You are making your own money." Prosecutor, "What did you reply?" I said, "I am working on paying off my debt after being on call unfocused." How did you go into debt when you were dating a millionaire who gave you thousands? The defense objects. The judge sustains the objection. uh what did you let's before we skip on, let's think about that. She was working on paying off her debt. And the prosecutor said, "How did you go into debt when you were dating a millionaire who gave you thousands?" The defense objects and the judge sustains. I don't know what kind of lifestyle did Jane have. Could Jane's lifestyle surpassed whatever Diddy was willing to give her? And I do recognize if you're trying to live a super high end life like someone like Diddy could live, someone like a Beyonce or the Kardashians could live, I do recognize that $10,000 a month is nothing. Okay. That's in addition, I guess, to whatever child support you were getting or are getting. Maybe she's been living beyond her means for quite some time. At the end of the day, she had debt she needed to pay off according to her testimony. And the defense objected to this question, but I'm curious to see how that's going to come up when they cross. Prosecutor said, "What did you write?" She said, "I said I'm tired. You can't even make it to the 2 years without bringing it up to me. What did Sean say here?" Bear, my colleague, I said, "I hate living in fear. The roof over my head was just going to come off." Oh boy. Jane, I asked, "Did you tell Robin, that's his accountant, to cut it off?" He said, "You make your own money." Prosecutor, did he continue to pay your rent? She said, "Yes, he kept paying." Prosecutor, did you learn his houses were searched? She said, "Yes." And HSI, which I believe is like Homeland Security, she said they came to her house. Ooh. Did he know? I mean, not did he. Did your baby's father know all this was going on with his son over there? I'm just wondering. What did you write? I said, "I'm tired. You can't even make it to the 2 years without bringing it up to me." What did Sean say here? Bear, my colleague, I said, "I hate living in fear. The roof over my head was just going to come off." And this 2 years that she's referring to is this 2 year quote unquote love contract she had with Diddy. Yeah. Okay. So she said Homeland Security came to her house. Wow. All right. Let me flip over right quick and see what the CNN update is saying. After Jane and Combs got back together in 2024, she took about 3 trips to Miami to see Combs, and he came to LA a couple of times. They didn't go out in public because, quote, things had really hit the fan with everything going on, so it was just better to keep private. Jane testified that they would have hotel nights at Combs's homes or at her house. So with everything hitting the fan, everything going to hell quickly, the hotel nights were still a must. Yeah, dude. There's this, it's just something's really, really broken with you, bro. Really, really broken with you. With all of them in this little circle. Okay. Okay, here we are. Prosecutor said, "Who hired you a lawyer?" She said, "Sean." Is Sean still paying for your lawyer now? She said, "Yes." "Did you talk to Sly after the 2024 searches?" She said, "Yes." "He called and said he had a tape and he intended to release it, but by bit on the dark web." Lord, Lord. Now, one of your ex workers is about to start releasing the tape. Well, when you see when you're doing this kind of thing right here, this is what you get involved in. This is what you get involved in when you're into this kind of lifestyle. This kind of comes with it. I'm going to get this horrible looking man. Okay. A lot of women feel this with their partner when they feel inferior to and unsafe. I will not. I will not. Someone said, "Where the hell was her money going?" Someone else said, "Okay, the debts was because she was living way above her means. Happens all the time." Someone else said, "Who the F is Bear?" Oh boy. I don't know what. I mean, I would love to ask Jane, like, what did you get? Like, when you were living this lifestyle, what part of it was fun and thrilling to you? Because I'm not buying, even from the testimony she did earlier, where she said the hotel nights was exhilarating. So you were getting something out of this. I mean, it's just like, and how after you get your kicks out of doing something like this, how do you go back to like a normal, whatever that is, normal life? Okay. All right. So we left off with the prosecutor saying, "Who hired you a lawyer?" She said, "Sean." The prosecutor said, "Is Sean still paying for your lawyer now?" She said, "Yes." Prosecutor said, "Did you talk to Sly after the 2024 searches?" She said, "Yes. He called and said he had a tape and he intended to release it bit by bit to the dark web." Jane, I asked Sly how he got the video. He said that Sean picked up his phone and recorded with it. I asked Sly how much he wanted. He said $10,000. I told Sean Cabral just tried to extort me. Sean was crying. Prosecutor, what did he say? Jane said, "Get legal on it." Prosecutor, did you speak with Cabral? Jane said, "Yes. I told him this was sextortion and I would not talk with him. Then a media company called me and said they bought the tape and did I have a comment? I fainted. We had to, tears, control the situation." Now that's the second time she done fainted. She said when she read Cassie's lawsuit, because it mirrored so much what her own experiences were with Diddy, as she fainted. Now she says you got this ex worker out here who has a tape of you and Diddy, because in one of these meetups, Diddy actually used his phone to record the hotel night. And so now he's reached out to Jane and said, "I'm about to release this on the dark web bit by bit unless you pay me." And the S worker wanted $10,000. She called Diddy to let Diddy know that, hey, homeboy is trying to extort me. He has a tape with us. Now, keep in mind, this is after all hell has broken loose with the Cassie situation, right? He's settled, but his world now is turned upside down. She said when she called Diddy to let him know about this, that he cried. He cried. What is that? Here you go. He said, I asked Sly, and remember, Sly is one of the S workers that they were dealing with a lot, how much he wanted. He said $10,000. I told Sean, Cabral just tried to extort me. Sean was crying. Diddy, you crying now? You crying now. Prosecutor said, what did he say? He said, get legal on it. Did you speak with Cabral? That's Sly. She said, yes, I told him this was sextortion and I would not talk with him. And then a media company called me and said they bought the tape. And did I have a comment? She said she fainted. Bloop. She hit the ground. She fainted. We had to, she's crying on the stand, control the situation. Mhm. So she's fainting. Diddy's crying. Diddy's probably thinking, all I need, the last thing I need right now after that Cassie video is for yet another video to come out. One of my hotel nights. Mm, 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 mm. This is the bed that you made, brother. Okay, prosecutor. Did the media company ever publish the video? Jane said no. She said, do you know why? Jane said no. Then the hotel video of Sean and Cassie came out. I was with Sean in Miami. Oh. Okay, so that puts a little time frame around it. So when she told Diddy about this sextortion that was happening from one of their prior sex workers, because it's a list, and Diddy was crying. At that point, Cassie had filed a lawsuit. He had settled, but I don't think the videotape had come out yet. The videotape came out like it was in short order, but after that. So she said the media company never published the video that they said they bought, which is curious. KK, where you at? Because I know you know what happened with that video. Who you went and paid, KK? The prosecutor asked Jane, "Do you know why?" Jane said no. Then the hotel video of Sean and Cassie came out. I was with Sean in Miami. How did you first learn of that video? Jane said there was a knock on the door. Jane said Sean was called out. I went down and everyone was talking. It was a 2-star. Prosecutor, what happened? Sean was huddled with his team and his family. I was just giving everyone space. Later, we had a huddle. His sons were involved. Mm. Prosecutor said, a huddle for what? Jane said to come up with an apology. He showed me a draft of what he would say on social media. Prosecutor, did you read it? She said he addressed Cassie by name in the draft I saw. I felt it was more heartfelt. I thought it was good enough. Honey, an apology was not going to never be good enough to cover what was seen in that videotape. Never. Wow. Mm-mm-mm-mm. This is crazy. This is crazy how he found out. Did the media company ever publish the video? No. Do you know why? No. Then the hotel video of Sean and Cassie came out. I was with Sean in Miami. How did you first learn of that video? There was a knock on the door. Sean was called out. I went down and everyone was talking. It was a 2-star. Prosecutor said, what happened? Sean was huddled with his team and his family. I was just giving everyone space. Later, we had a huddle. His sons were involved. The prosecutor said, a huddle for what? Jane said to come up with an apology. He showed me a draft of what he would say on social media. Did you read it? She said he addressed Cassie by name in the draft I saw. I felt it was more heartfelt. I thought it was good enough. No, baby girl, it ain't gonna be good enough. It's never gonna be good enough. Okay, let's see if we have another update. All right, someone said this is gonna sound messed up, but I swear I will never look at women and say, okay, it's next. Somebody said 2-star, 1-stop. I'm done with all these names. Of course they are involved, talking about the sons. I bet his sons were involved. Someone else said, why wouldn't they be involved? Someone said, keep going. Keep going. Someone else commented, oh snap, because now they're talking about the sons are involved. This is still only the time frame when the assault tape was leaked. They're still close to a year before he was arrested. How much more are we going to hear that happened? Okay. Someone says, so you stuck around till the very end just to change up and then change up on the stand? She is playing both sides and it's scary. Someone else said his sons were involved. They knew about the FO's abuse, etc. They should be on the stand being charged. The huddle tells all. Well, I don't know about that. Someone else said this case is stupid. This must be Damian Williams trying to make a name for himself. Someone else said, me watching these girls blaming someone else for things they chose to do in pursuit of money and fame. There's a difference between abused and ashamed, and that's coming from an OF girl. Okay. Someone else said, craziness to have a huddle. Someone else said, he telling his grown sons some shit was about to come out about him. don't mean they were involved. And up until this, nobody has ever mentioned his kids. Y'all reaching. I mean, and at this point, he doesn't even have to tell his sons that some shit is about to come out about him. As I understand it, the stuff is on TV when there's a knock on the door. I don't think he got a heads up that CNN is about to release something. So my perception of what she just said is that the sons were at the house, and when all of this was on TV and everything, they huddled up to try to figure out what to do. Messed up. Messed up, messed up, messed up. Let me see what else we have out here. Okay, yeah, we have it. Let's read this update. Okay, so Jane left off by saying he addressed Cassie by name in the draft I saw. I felt it was more heartfelt. I thought it was good enough. Prosecutor Comey, did you talk later one-on-one with Sean about the video? She said yes. He said that Cassie hit him too. Then I was told that KK was coming and I had to go into another room. I did, and I went back to LA. Do you recognize this? Jane said Sean's Instagram apology. She hit me too is never going to work. It's never going to work. It's just never going to work. If he even had footage of her swinging on him before he snatched her in front of that elevator, threw her to the ground and started kicking her, it's not enough. It's not enough. I know there's men who think, well, if she hit him first, then all's fair. No, baby. No, baby. That may be how it works for you on these social media streets. But in any place civilized, that is not going to be enough for you to then turn around and beat down a woman like that. It's not enough. Okay. Wow. So let's see. It's 2:58. So they still got a little time to go. They still have a little time to go here yet. So we're going to see if anything really changes up a whole lot with the testimony at this point. It is interesting, though. It is really interesting to see in real time, or for her to give us some kind of insight into real time what was happening when that tape came on CNN and what the reactions were. That is something very, very interesting to see. So let's see if we have any other update. And there are a few updates on the CNN side, but I'm going to stick right here with the thread just in case we have an update. Let me scroll here and check and see if we do. Okay, so we left off with the prosecutor saying, do you recognize this? And Jane said, yes, it's Sean's Instagram apology. Video played the jury, not on a public screen in the gallery. Sean, disgusting. I have asked God for his mercy and grace. I am truly sorry. Prosecutor, how did you feel about it? Jane said, I was disappointed. I felt there was no heart. Oh, my Lord, Jane. Jane, you know this man's still paying your rent, Jane. Jane probably thinking she's about to cash out. Okay. Prosecutor said, how did you feel about Diddy's Instagram apology? She said, I was disappointed. I felt there was no heart. The defense asked for a sidebar. Okay. So they're doing that right now. Let me just check. They're probably still, it was 2 minutes ago. Knowing how this goes, they're probably still in the sidebar. Yeah. Woo! It's a lot, y'all. It is a lot. Pardon me. So while we wait, let me go over and see what are they telling us over on CNN. Okay, Jane says one of the entertainers threatened to release a sex tape. Jane said one of the entertainers they use frequently, Sly, threatened to release a sex tape of them in 2024 after the searches occurred, because she let us know that not only did those folks raid Diddy's homes, they also came to her home. Sly said he had a 35-minute video of he and Jane during a hotel night because Sean Diddy Combs had recorded the video on his phone instead of his own. My heart was beating out of my chest, and I couldn't believe what he was saying to me, Jane testified. She asked Sly what he wanted for the tape, and he asked for $10,000. She told him she tried to make it happen. Jane said she called Combs, who got his legal team involved. She then spoke to Sly again and told him she had legal representation and what he tried to do was sextortion, and she wouldn't be having further conversations about it. She later received a message from a big media company saying they had just bought the tape and asked for a comment. I fainted and I called my lawyer. Well, did you call your lawyer before you fainted? Oh, you fainted and then I'm just saying. Jane said the company never released the tape, but she didn't know why. She said she never spoke with Sly again. Homeland Security investigations left a business card at Jane's home the day of the raids on Combs's homes in March 2024. She didn't speak to anyone at Homeland Security at the Homeland Security Investigations at the time, HSI, but she called Combs and his security guard trying to reach Combs about it, she said. At some point after the raids, Combs hired a lawyer for Jane. She confirmed Combs is still paying for the attorney representing her now. That seems like a conflict. Let's see. All right. All right. So we're good with that. Diddy was trying to get her to sign something so that he could have closure comfortably, he said. All right, so we are at the part in the program where the S worker has tried to get $10,000 because in one of their hotel nights, Diddy thought he was videotaping Jane having sex with this sex worker, and he thought he was using his phone, but he was actually using the phone of the S worker. And so the guy says, "Hey, got a tape. I'm going to release it on the black web if y'all don't pay me $10,000." Jane said when she told Diddy about this, he started crying. Now, maybe he had just, reached his capacity, because at this point, the lawsuit has come out from Cassie. He settled the lawsuit, and this is before the videotape hits. So he over there crying now, Guess he's just feeling it's just all a lot. Probably have blood pressure going through the roof, Poor thing. He's suffering so much from the house of horrors that he built. Poor thing. So let's go. Let's see if they're still on this sidebar. All right, so the jury's taking a break. If I could compare the drafts, I still okay. So the jury is on break right now. And while they are on break, I am going to take us over to CNN and see what's on their page right now, because they do have one more update. Hopefully it's not just a break. Jane testified. Oh, we read that. Jane testified that she was at Combs' Miami residence the day CNN released the Intercontinental Hotel surveillance video that showed Combs assaulting Cassie. Combs' son came into his bedroom to tell Combs something happened. Jane said she gave Combs space that day while he huddled with his family and friends. At some point that day, she was invited into a huddle with Combs, his sons, and others as they planned, quote, a sincere apology post to address the video. She and Combs did not discuss the video in those first days, Jane said, but she never heard him deny it was him on that video. The next day, Combs showed Jane a draft of the statement he posted on social media, she said. Jane testified that she gave Combs positive feedback on the post he drafted. She flew back to Los Angeles from Miami soon after that. Wow. And you have to wonder, like with his sons, right, being there, and they knock on the door to let him know, hey, Dad, something has happened. Yes, you could say that. That's the understatement of the year. Something has happened. So he gets to see the video footage of him kicking, throwing Cassie down is on CNN. And if you know it's on CNN first, now it's everywhere. So they huddle up with others and their father, talking about the sons now, to come up with an apology. So, what I am really curious about and don't think we'll ever know is literally what is going through these young men's minds as they are doing this. What? Based on how they've been raised with Diddy, it may be, they may have felt, even them seeing that video for the first time, they may have felt, yo, this is my dad. We got to defend him. Let's rally. One for all and all for one. But it just makes me wonder, did either one of them say, this is effed up? This is effed up. Did either one of them say, I'm not trying to be a part of no huddle to help you come up with an apology? You effing out your mind. Why would you do that? Did any of them say that? Even if they ultimately ended up helping in this huddle, did any of them even say that out loud? Or did they just get information? Did they just get information? Daddy beating up somebody on the hotel at the hotel. Daddy beating up Cassie at the hotel and it's on CNN. Huddle up. Huddle up. We got to come up with what's our plan of attack on this? It just makes you wonder. Like I said, I don't think we'll ever have an answer. For his daughters, when they first saw that videotape, what did you think? What did you think? Did you think like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that's my dad. That's got to be somebody else. That's got to be AI because my father would never. And if they had never been exposed to any of his mess, maybe that is what they thought. Now, I find it hard to believe somebody as troubled as Diddy was able to keep all of this away from his children. They may not have seen like the FOs and the hotel nights. The sons though might have been aware of them. I hope they never participated. Okay. Um, but somebody as diabolical as Diddy, if he managed to do all of this outside the view of his children, first I think that would be a good thing, but then I also immediately think, wow, that is even more diabolical. So for the first time, we're hearing his children mentioned in this whole thing, the trial, and it is when the Cassie video comes out and his sons huddle up with him and others to come up with an apology. Okay. Okay. Whew. It is a lot. It is a lot. It is a lot. Let me see if we have. Uh, all right. So the physical violence from what we just saw is about to come up. I guess when the jury comes back from break, because the jury is not in the room right now, and nor is Jane. But let's see, the defense attorney says, I advise not to name Cassie as she might be a grand jury witness, so privilege. Prosecutor said, our next questions are about Combs's violent assault on Jane and forcing her to have sex with an entertainer while still injured. It goes to state of mind. Okay. Well, I don't think we're shocked at all that it was leading all up to this. Somebody said, there it is. They're just setting it up. He didn't mean that apology. Well, of course not. But he was still beating women. Someone said, why didn't they lead with this? Someone else said, well, there's the hammer drop. Someone said, okay, now we might be getting somewhere. Yeah, and I agree with what these people are saying here, because you took us through all of that about these FOs to a large extent that still seem consensual. Like I said, no testimony at that point, or at up until this point. There is yet to be any testimony from Jane about being forced into these hotel nights. So based off of what's worded here, while the jury and the witness are on a break, they're about to talk about that, about at least about one incident where that occurred. And here's the deal. It doesn't matter if she consented to 99 hotel nights. If there was one in which she did not and he forced her, that is breaking the law. That is breaking the law. And so supposedly that is what the prosecutor is about to present. And I'm assuming they are probably really, really close to wrapping up their questioning of Jane. So we will see. Let's see. Somebody said there's more questions and violence too. Someone said, and there's the assault. Said, boom. A man's state of mind criminal, a woman's state of mind coerced. Someone said, man, even if it's one assault. So someone said, we haven't climaxed yet. I think that's like not good for this trial. Someone said, oh no, there's violence with Jane too, and straight threats if she didn't do the freak offs. Bruh, yeah, defense, wrap it up. I think they meant prosecution. Okay. Someone else said, was hoping he didn't lay hands on her, but based off how he was treating her from transcripts, was scared that this would be more of a possibility than not. Yeah. I'm surprised that she had not mentioned violence up until this point. That's what I was surprised at. Someone said, here it comes, y'all. It gets worse. Someone said, oh, okay, we are there. We was waiting for it. And next up comes the violence assault we all have been waiting for. Okay, someone said, okay, I take that back, person in the chat. I don't know why they take it so long to get to her abuse, because with Cassie, they displayed it quicker. Somebody else said, here we go. So, yeah. So when they come back from this break, we are going to get into some things. Apparently, based off of what the prosecutor said, we are going to get into some things, and we are going to get into some some violence, unfortunately, or fortunately for the prosecution. Because, like I said, out of all of Jane's testimony over the last few days, she hasn't said anything to me that would indicate force. Bad decision making on her part, yeah. Force, no. So I think that's about to change. Let's see, Jane. While we're waiting for the X feed to be updated, I'll read another update for CNN. They said Jane and Combs did not immediately discuss what was shown in the Intercontinental Hotel surveillance video that showed Combs assaulting Cassie in 2016, but they had a conversation about it later in 2024 around June or July, a month or two after the video was released. Quote, he said that was the only time they had physical violence like that. Do not believe that, Diddy. I don't believe that. The jury's not going to believe that. Nobody believes that. Nobody believes that. Combs also told her that Ventura was a hitter and that she would hit. It's not enough, Diddy. It's not even going to matter. The prosecutor asked Jane if Combs said whether he would hit Ventura. Jane said she thought he addressed it but could not remember what he said. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we have been through almost 3 days of testimony with Jane to finally get to the part that probably matters most, which is if he physically forced you to have one of these hotel nights. That's what we need to hear about. That's what we need to hear about. Okay. So we're still waiting at this point for an update. And let me just check quickly for y'all and see if we have any other type of update on the Washington Post that might be helpful. Nope. And check TMZ quickly for us. Okay, just 1 second, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm just checking. TMZ has so many crazy stories. I I I can't even process all that's on there. Well, here we are, y'all. Here we are, week 5, and I would love to know what are your thoughts at this point. Excuse me. What are your thoughts at this point? And maybe I'll reserve and hold off asking that until we get to what I think is going to be the end of the direct questioning of Jane today. So maybe we'll see at the end of Jane's testimony. We'll take a pulse check and see where you stand. Where do you stand on all the things you've heard at this point? I'm just going back through just to see if we've missed anything, and I don't think we have. Yeah, I don't think we have. This is the main thing right here. This is the main thing right here. We are waiting. We are waiting for them to come back from break and also get into the questioning around this violence. Because Jane has said a lot in her testimony, but I walk away from Jane's testimony feeling like, excuse me, more than she was salty about a few things, but more than her being salty about the hotel night, she was salty that Diddy was not treating her as if she was number one on the roster. She knew he had a roster. She knew that going in. She knew it was an open relationship, but she felt like he was just using her for the hotel nights and not giving her other quality time. And that was a problem for her. She talked about Gina. She even threw up Cassie's name to him, saying she's not Cassie. So yeah, so she was very upset about those things. And like I said, it's a lot that went down between her and Diddy that, is I would say is immoral. I would say it is 100% disgusting, but and some of it is illegal, especially the part of flying S workers across state lines to participate in a commercial S act. That's illegal, Diddy. But when it comes to you forcing Jane to do something that she did not want to do, at this point, so far, I've not heard force. Like I said, I've heard bad decision making, but not force. Bad decision making, but not force. That's been up until now. Now, if they come back from this break and they get into what the prosecutor is saying, that Jane is going to give testimony about a violent assault that she experienced at Combs's hands, where he forced her into having sex with an S worker while she was still injured. And they want to talk about that because they're saying it goes to state of mind. Let's hear about it. I'm also curious to know when this happened. Just time frame. I want to know, when did this happen? Because I'm just trying to put that against all of this other testimony that she's given. If this situation that she's about to describe to us happened like way before a lot of the other things happened in her testimony, to me, that could be in the favor for the prosecution. Because then maybe you could say, well, yeah, I mean, when you see her looking as if she's complicit and she's willing, just remember this violent incident happened before that. If that's the order of things. And if that is the order of things, I would definitely look at the prosecutors and say, why would you not put that first? Why would you not put that first if that is the order of things? Because right now, to me, I think her testimony gives the jury a lot to wrestle with. It's not a slam dunk by any means. Not by any means. So hopefully they will be back from break here soon. Let's see. I don't think we have. Excuse me. I just need a cough. Let me put you all on mute. Okay, yeah, we don't have any updates coming in from anybody at this time. So I think everybody is just waiting for them to come back on break. And you know that part about Diddy crying? Like him crying when she told him that the S worker was asking for $10,000. That is wild to me that he's crying. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to see if there's more context around that, like on the Washington Post while we're waiting, to maybe add a little bit more insight in that. And I tell you another part that I think people are going to be talking about and probably be trying to figure out is when she said that about when she mentioned another rapper and his girlfriend. Yeah. That was present for some party where one of their excuse me, one of their standing S workers, I think it was Anton, who was there and having S with this person in front of everybody and people were just watching. Let me tell y'all something. We already knew that Diddy was not the only freak in the entertainment business. But these people, they on some other type of time. And they better get their stuff together because the things that are going on now, especially with the lawsuits people are willing to file, and good for that because anybody who is a true victim, I'm so glad you come forward. But I think they have so many behaviors that it's going to be hard for them to change because they've been doing it for so long. And you know what? If it's hard for them to change it, then they will just have to pay the price for it. They would just have to pay the price for it. On the Washington Post, they said that Jane said that she was considering unaliving herself after Cassie filed her lawsuit in 2023. She said that lawsuit opened the door for federal prosecutors to eventually indict Combs. On the stand, Jane teared up as she described wanting everything to go black after she read the whole 35-page indictment. She said, I was just in a complete state of shock, just messaging him like, what is this? Combs responded by offering her money. Okay. Uh, there's an update on the Washington Post around the apology. Lead counsel for the defense has objected to the assistant U.S. attorney line of questioning regarding an earlier draft of an apology Sean Combs issued after footage was released of him assaulting Cassie. Before the jury was excused for his mid-afternoon break, Jane, a witness who is using a pseudonym, said that she had not felt the Instagram apology video was sincere compared to the one she had seen earlier. Defense attorney was adamant that he felt the questioning was inappropriate and misleading, adding that it was his decision to strike the direct apology to Ventura that Combs had originally planned. This was a decision by a lawyer not to name a grand jury witness. The jury will be instructed to disregard Jane's comments about the apology video, which was played in court Monday afternoon. Hmm. Mm. See, Jane was with Sean Combs the day CNN published the leaked hotel footage of him assaulting Cassie at the Los Angeles hotel and even reviewed a final draft of his apology before he posted it on Instagram. Jane testified that she and Combs were asleep in his two-star island mansion when one of his sons woke them up and said something has happened. She said it was just a very eerie day, she recalled. She just remembered that Sean was just huddled with his team and his family, CNN said his sons. The next day, Combs showed her a final draft of the apology. And Jane said on the stand that she just felt the apology didn't have any heart. Mhm. It didn't have any heart. So earlier testimony today, Jane talked about one of their S workers, the one they called Sly, threatened to release a tape of them if Jane did not pay him $10,000. She called Diddy to let him know what was going on. He said he would get his lawyers on it. She said the tape never got released. She doesn't know why. She had no idea why. She said because some other big media company called her and said, hey, we got a tape over here, but you own it, you and Diddy. Do you have it in comment? So, a lot going on today. Sons mentioned for the first time as far as just being present when the Cassie video was released. It came to the door and told Diddy, hey, something happened. And they all huddled up to try to figure out what their response was going to be. Jane says she fainted. She done told us that she fainted twice. She said she fainted when she read the lawsuit that Cassie had filed. She fainted, and then she fainted another time too. When was that? I don't mean to laugh, but it's just like, girl, why you fainting now? All this stuff y'all done did, and now you fainting. He's crying. Y'all just doing, y'all, come on now. See it through to the finish. You all were very committed to a certain kind of lifestyle. And now when stuff started going left, you fainting. Diddy over there crying according to your testimony. I'm like, okay. 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 Let's see if we have any update. They should be back from their break at this point. Let's see. We read that. Okay, here we go, y'all. Okay, wait. Yep, bring the jury back in. Okay, here we go. All right, so the prosecution, when the jury and the witness was out of the courtroom, they said our next questions are about Combs's violent assault on Jane and forcing her to have sex with an entertainer while still injured. It goes to state of mind. Prosecutor said, I could play the video again and avoid any privilege issues. Judge said, okay, bring the jury back in. So apology video is played again. I was effed up. Now this is them playing Diddy's apology video. I was effed up. I hit rock bottom. I sought out professional help. I'm going to therapy. I'm going to rehab. Oh yeah. But let's all just have a moment and remember that before that video hit, after the lawsuit was filed, Diddy and his attorney was saying it's a money grab. It is absolutely 100% untrue. He would never do any of the things for which he had been accused of in Cassie's lawsuit. Then he decided to settle because he knew that lawsuit had too much substance, honey. And then the video came out. And now we have this apology. We all remember that apology. So they're playing that in court now. Diddy saying I was effed up. I hit rock bottom. I sought out professional help. I'm going to therapy. I'm going to rehab. He should have said, I got baptized. I found the Lord. I saw the light. Yeah. Okay. But at the time of your arrest, which is, remember now, which is almost a year after this incident, the video being released, you were still having your FOs. Professional help didn't work, huh? Okay. So a prosecutor said, Jane, what did you understand he was referring to? Jane said the hotel elevator lobby video. The next time you saw him, June 18th, 2024, where did you see him? She said, home in LA, date night in the house. Jonathan came to help set up. There they go. There they go. Prosecutor, what did Jonathan do? Jane said he put some candles around the home, decorate with red lights, make the environment cozy. Prosecutor, what the plan to have was it maybe he meant was it the plan to have an entertainer? She said, no, I wore a long brown dress. I opened our patio, which has a really nice view. Okay. Yes, keep going. So we're waiting. We're waiting because this is supposed to be when they're finally going to tell us how Diddy forced Jane into these activities. Because like I said, for the past couple of days she's been testifying, there's been no force. Doesn't mean candlelit rooms and cozy moments occur also without escorts. Now she calling it our place. Quote, the delusion is killing me. Our patio, delusional. Yeah, people honed in on that quick, which makes you wonder, did the jury do the same thing? Are they honing into that quick? Because from the comments where she said, no, I wore a long brown dress. I opened our patio, which has a really nice view. The people in the comments have jumped all over her wording, our patio. Okay. Okay. I wonder if people on the jury kind of reacted to that too. So we're still waiting on an update at this point. Let me just make sure. Yeah, we're still waiting. All right, so I'm assuming this is the incident that is going to lead up to what the defense attorney is saying: violence and forcing her into a situation she did not want to be in with one of these S workers. So I guess this is all leading up to that. And so we are patiently, or maybe not so patiently, waiting for them to come with the update. Let me check here and see what they have. Okay, no, we're still waiting. And let me hop over while we're waiting there. I'll hop over for CNN and see if we have anything there. No, we don't. And Washington Post, let's see what they have here. Um, no, they're just talking about the questioning. Okay, we're back from the mid-afternoon break, and Jane is now starting to recount an incident that occurred at her home in Los Angeles in 2024, just a year ago. The prosecutor had previously called the encounter one of the most clear-cut examples of sex trafficking in the trial. Well, then we need to hear it. We need to hear it because this is what we have been waiting for. We like, y'all keep telling us all the things, okay? Toxic relationships, fetishes, all this kind of stuff they're into. But we have yet to see in this incident, where is the force when it comes to Jane? Where did she say no when he did something anyway? Because that has not been present based off of what Jane has testified to, the words that she used, the text messages that she sent. Now, those text messages Jane sent, oh, yes, they definitely had a different flavor to them after Cassie's lawsuit was settled in quick order. But, the defense will even tear that apart because that's not what you were saying up until that point. That was not what you were saying. And we done been through, I don't know how many text messages. And even the things you're saying on the stand, the prosecutor asked you, did you want to participate in these hotel nights? You said, I'm still trying to figure that out. So Jane, up until this point, has not been a slam dunk, but maybe that is about to change. Maybe that is about to change if we finally get into a testimony about the violence. Okay, I think we have an update. All right, so we read that part about the apology. We read this part about where she said the next time she saw him was June 2024, home in LA. There was a date night in the house. Jonathan came to help set up. That's one of Diddy's assistants. She said, "What did the prosecutor said? What did Jonathan do?" She said, "Put some candles around the home, decorate with red lights." Boy, he was into these red lights. Make the environment cozy, which also makes you think about that. I think it was for his Love album and how it was all red. And, of course, people thinking heart, love, Valentine's Day, all that kind of stuff. But now, all that red he was in and the red lighting and the red sofa now gives you a whole nother thought like, ooh, you just nasty. Prosecutor said, what did Jonathan do? Jane said, put some candles around the home, decorate with red lights to make the environment cozy. Prosecutor, what the plan to have an entertainer. Okay, so we've read this part. She said, no, I wore a long brown dress. I opened our patio, which has a really nice view. Did you get into an argument? Jane said, yes. We had champagne and some tequila. I started confronting him about there she go again, who he was with on his family trip to Utah. What did you say to Sean? I said, you are a pedophile. He was 24 or more years older. Now, who was that? Is that this hot city girls or something? This young man, who is this? Who might she be talking about here? Okay, let's go back. The prosecutor said, "Did you two get into an argument?" Jane said, "Yes, we had champagne and some tequila. I started confronting him about who he was with on his family trip to Utah. What did you say to Sean?" I said, "You are a pedophile. He was 24 or more years older." That's some Shannon Sharp tendencies. Jane, I said, "If a girl can't buy her own drinks, what makes you interested in her? I believed she was under 21." Prosecutor said, "But older than 18." Jane said, "Yes." I pushed his head into the marble. Prosecutor said, "Then what?" She said, "I started throwing candles and glass. I was angry." Now, she could very well just be telling the truth as it went down. And if it did not go down exactly this way, I have to ask, is she trying to help Diddy? Is she trying to help him? Now, I don't know where we're waiting for the update. I don't know where this testimony is about to go, but she said she pushed his head into the marble, then she was throwing candles and glass at him. So we know it's going to take a turn, right? I'm just trying to think about what the defense is going to do with this testimony on cross. And I'm also thinking about what might some of the people on the jury be thinking right now. Because, there are people who think that, well, I would like to think most of us would think, but the world is crazy and the people in it crazy. That everybody should keep their hands to themselves. Women, men, keep your hands to yourselves. Okay. But I can tell you right now, I have a young daughter, young teenage daughter who's an adult. And I told her all the time, look, keep your hands to yourself. If you're getting into some kind of like confrontation or something with a guy, please do not assume because you're a girl and he's a guy that he won't put his hands on you, because he will. There are guys who will hit a girl, fight a woman just like she's another dude. And in this situation, there might be somebody on that jury to say, well, she started it. Now, that is not my view. Okay. That is not my view. But there are people who think like that. She started it. I am of the view that if something like this happens and if the man could walk away, he should walk away, especially if his life is not threatened in any way, but he has to literally protect himself, because we have to know there are cases out there where men have been, excuse me, victims of domestic violence and met the worst end you can meet in a situation like that. So if it's something that over the top where you have to protect yourself, then you do whatever you have to do to protect yourself. I don't have an issue with that. But I would like to think in most instances, a man could very well restrain a woman or even just walk away without like beating her up like he's fighting another man. Right. But I again say, I wonder if somebody on the jury, because I can already hear what some folks on social media are going to be saying when she said she pushed his head into the marble and then she started throwing candles and glass at him. I can already see people saying she started it. I can already see it. So let's see if we have an update. And if we don't have an update, we're going to check the comments and see if what I'm assuming people will start saying is in any of these comments. Okay. So we left off with Jane saying, yes, I pushed his head into the marble. Prosecutor said, then what? She said, I started throwing candles and glass. I was angry. Then Jane said he was probably cursing and calling me crazy. I wanted to lock myself in the master bedroom. Has Sean touched you? She said, not yet. I locked the bedroom door, but he kicked it down. Then he kicked down the bathroom door off the hinges. Oh my word. Okay, let's see where we are. All right. We're going to wait and see what comes after this. She said she locked the bedroom door, but he kicked it down. Then he kicked the bathroom door off of the hinges. Now, is that drug infused strength or what is this? Let me quickly see what's on the CNN side while we wait. Okay. What I'm seeing on the CNN side, we've already covered with the testimony we just read. Okay. All right. Let's get back over to the X thread and see if we have any update. Okay, so we're waiting. Let's see what some of these comments are saying. Somebody said she wasn't mad that he was with a girl younger than him. She was mad he wasn't with her after she had been holding him down through a hard time. I can understand the anger because here we are again and you still didn't choose me. This girl was also seen at dinner with him in Utah. Oh, the internet is undefeated. Did you hear me? Wow. Dilla got the beats this time. It is just me or have these tables turned? Let's see. Was she a minor? Yes or no? Second of all, you just said you started the fight. I knew somebody was going to say that. I knew somebody was going to say you started it. I knew it. Someone said she wanted him to hit her so that she can lay a charge and get money. Someone else said, how does this lead to a FO? This is incredible testimony. So you started getting physical first. This feels like misdirected anger too. Like, why is this the thing that made you flip? Man was 54 years old and 25 years old and will be in her mid 20s or late 20s. She was setting him up after the Cassie thing. She wanted a Aussie beating situation to sue for all these many years with her. He never hit her until after Cassie's suit and video came out. That is crazy. Now, I'm just saying it's crazy as far as the timing. Meaning, you've been in this situation, you've been in this relationship with this particular woman, and allegedly you had never put your hands on her with all of the history, the years that you all have together. The Cassie video has dropped. You are in the hottest of the hottest water at this point, and you decide to like start kicking doors down to kick somebody else's ass. I mean, is it the drugs? What is it? What is it? The drugs? Somebody said, I remember those pics of him with that young Asian girl. They were river rafting. Someone said, oh, so she's admitting she committed a crime on the stand under oath. What is this? Assault? Something else? But everyone is going to say it's okay. So never mind. I knew a lot of people were going to say she started it. Someone said prosecution is fired. You dropped violence 20 minutes ago just for us to find out she hit him first, head into marble at that. I know I'd keep my cool, but Diddy crazy. Someone said Cassie hit me too coming up. Disappointed. I always thought it was interesting how he would date his son Justin's girlfriends now. That's a whole nother level of weird. That's a whole nother level of weird. Okay. Whole nother level of weird. Wow. Just when I thought we were getting ready to kind of like, okay, let's get into what did he do to force you? Because that's the part of the program we're supposed to be at now. And she starts off with saying, I hit him. I pushed his head in the marble. I threw candles at him, glass at him, and all that. Then he got mad and he didn't kick the door off the hinges. He didn't kick the bedroom door. He kicked it down. Then he kicked the bathroom door off the hinges. Off the hinges. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Okay, we do have an update. Let's see here. All right. Has Sean did Sean touch you? Had Sean touched you? She said, not yet. I locked the bedroom door, but he kicked it down. Then he kicked down the bathroom door off the hinges. Then Jane said he kicked his way into my closet. I tried to run, but he kicked me and put me in a chokehold, and I couldn't breathe. I went to the front door and to a wall 6 blocks away. Prosecutor, how long did you hide there? She said 2 hours. Then I went back. I saw Sean. When I tell y'all the number of people who are not going to have a problem with this because she hit him first, when I tell y'all the number of people who are going to say, well, they were mutually toxic. She said, understand, she pushed his head into marble and then hit him with glass and candles. And so, yeah. So, again, what is the jury thinking? What is the jury thinking? Let's see what the comments are saying. Jane is testifying for the first time about violence at the hands of Diddy. Someone said, does anyone know if being bipolar is defense that can stand? Mind you, this woman is 35 and Diddy is in his 50s. Someone said, oh, Puff, what are you doing? Someone said, her hiding for 2 hours is crazy. I did say it will be lights out for Diddy. Excuse me. The prosecution only needed one victim to prove sex trafficking, but Jane Doe will be their second. It's lights out for Diddy and his supporters. We gonna see. Someone said, I don't be understanding why y'all be going back. Someone else said, took a deep breath and said, got him, and then went back. What happened next? Continue, prosecutor. Jane's testimony about being kicked, choked, and chased until she had to hide for hours clearly shows that this isn't self-defense anymore. This is escalation and abuse. Someone else said, I'm sorry, but this seems completely made up. He don't even like her like that. Come on, guys. Something is off about this girl. It's giving me single white female vibes. Now, where this person in this comment lost me is when she said he don't even like her like that. What is that supposed to mean? That, if he really loved her, then he would be wilding out like this because of the passion. Let's not do that now. Someone else said, wait a minute, she just said she was smacking his head of marbles. Are we missing something? Self-defense. So again, kicked who? Jonathan. So again, lots of people feeling a way about her having testified to having hit him first. A lot of people feeling a way about that. Let's see. So we're still waiting on an update. We don't have anything yet. This is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I will check on other sites to see if there's any updates. So let me just flip over there and see if we have anything. We don't have any update on the Washington Post side. We do not have any update on the CNN side. Wow. Let's see. On the CNN side, when they talk about her hitting Diddy, let's see. Let's see what she said. Let's see what she said, how they captured it on CNN. After she flew back to Los Angeles from Miami in May 2024, Jane didn't see Diddy again in person until June. She said she testified she remembers the date because, quote, it was a very terrible day. They planned for a date night in the house where she lives with Combs, coming to Los Angeles after a family trip to Utah. Jane Combs's assistant Jonathan came over first to help her set up the house with decor and candles and to stock the fridge. When Combs first arrived, they spent time catching up in the backyard, Jane recalled. The jury saw photos and a video that Ventura took of Combs that night. In the video, music playing and Combs could be heard talking. Jane and Combs got into an argument about half an hour after the video, she testified. I started confronting Sean about who he was with on his family trip. She said I was making an assumption that he was with another woman. Jane called him a pedophile. She testified. Jane said the woman she thought he was with was an adult, but she was roughly 25 years younger than him. At one point, Combs bent over to tie his shoe and she pushed his head into a marble counter, she said. She didn't see any marks or injuries on his head after or his head later, she testified. Jane said she started throwing candles around the house and repeatedly saying that she hated him. She said a lot of candle wax went into Combs's clothing, but she didn't see any glass hit him directly. I think he was probably cursing and calling me crazy. She said, adding his tone was angry. Well, at this point, let's say if Diddy wasn't Diddy and we know where this probably about to go, I would be angry too. If you push my head into a marble countertop and then you throwing candles with hot wax and glass at me, yeah, I would be angry too. Um, let's see. Jane says that when Jane realized the fight with Diddy was escalating, she said she tried to lock herself into the master bedroom. When Combs kicked open the bedroom door, Jane locked herself in the master bathroom. Then, when he kicked that door off the hinges, she ran to the master closet. She changed her clothes while she was in the closet, Jane said, because she knew that she needed to wear something she could escape in. Combs kicked open the closet door too. When Jane left that room and ran for the front door, Combs caught her. Quote, Sean kicked me in the back of my thigh and I fell down, Jane testified. Then he picked me up in a chokehold and choked me. She testified that she was able to squirm out of Combs's grasp and ran outside. Jane testified she didn't want to wake the neighbors, so she quietly hid by a wall outside until she thought Combs would be gone. She said she thought she hid there for about 2 hours. Okay. That's wild. That is wild. That is wild. That is wild. All right. Let's see if we have an update at this point. Mm. Okay, Jane said Sean kicked in the guest bedroom door. I was throwing glasses and candles. I shouted that I hated him. He started punching my head and saying all kinds of things. Prosecutor said, saying what? That I was trying to keep him away from his kids. What? Okay. Jane, I said no, but he kicked me on the ground. I was balled up. Then he grabbed me by my hair and arms and dragged me back to the house. What was he saying? That I was effing crazy. I kept saying, just leave me the F alone. How was she trying to keep him away from his children? Someone commented, Jesus, take the wheel. Someone else said, Jane, you started this. I do not agree with anything he is doing. It's disgusting, vile, but please, what were you thinking smashing his head? Today's testimony has so much to unpack, the kind of things you need to literally take a break, revisit, and process. A whole morning of extremely savage mind and heart manipulation, abuse, jealousy, control, third parties, escalating into an afternoon of violence. Yeah, a lot of people are said, let him go play with his mates. Mm, okay. Ooh. Okay. A lot of people are taking issue with the fact that she hit him first. Diddy supporters, this is happening after the Cassie tape and his apology. Didn't she previously testify that they were together until his arrest date? She did. So does that mean she stayed with him after this? It must. Somebody else said waiting for proof. Someone else said she was working now for the feds and knew how to get his nerves up. Dude was already on the edge and his world was falling apart from the raids and the video and all she needed was another violence to garnish the cake for the feds. Okay. So we are seeing even in these comments exactly what I thought. This is like this disgusting. But we are seeing exactly what I thought we would see when she testified that she hit him first. This sentiment right here, you started this. I knew that there was going to be a lot of people to say, as soon as she said she pushed his head into the marble, and on CNN they said a marble counter, she pushed his head into it, and then threw candles and wax got on his clothes, and then she threw glass at him. She was upset. So she did all of that prior to him then kicking down doors. You already know where people are going to go with that. Okay. Let's see if we have an update here. Let's see. Keep it. And I don't know what he meant when he said she was trying to keep him away from his kids. Okay, we do have an update. So let's get back to it. The prosecutor said, "What was he saying?" Jane said that I was effing crazy. I just kept saying, just leave me the F alone. Jane said, I called the girl I thought Sean was with and asked if she was on the trip with Sean. She said very insulting things. Then Sean held me down, so I had to listen. Prosecutor, what did you do? I told her to shut up and that he was beating my ass. Okay, now who is she talking about? Okay, who is she? Because you know who I think she's talking about. Young girl. Hmm. I was balled up. Then he grabbed me by my hair and arms and dragged me back to the house. What was he saying? That I was effing crazy. I kept saying, just leave me the F alone. Jane said, I called a girl I thought Sean was with and asked if she was on the trip with him. She said very insulting things. Then Sean held me down, so I had to listen. What did you do? I told her to shut up and that he was beating my ass. Y'all know who she talking about, don't you? Don't you? Take a wild guess. Take a wild guess who she might be talking about. Hmm? What young girl might he have been with who might have been saying some very insulting things to her in this moment? What's your guess? My guess, I'm thinking is Young Miami. I'm thinking it's Young Miami. All right, let's see if we have an update. Okay. Yep, we do. All right. So we left off with what did you do? She said, I told her to shut up and that he was beating my ass. Sean hung up. Then he told Jonathan to tell me he wasn't with no girl on his family trip. Prosecutor, after the FaceTime, what? Jane said, I went into the shower to cool off. Prosecutor, who was with you? Jane said, Sean, I saw a black eye forming and whelps. Okay, now my first question is, and you know, I'm not on Diddy's side when he starts laying his hands on people, okay? But I'm just curious, who had the black eye? Does she have the black eye or does he have the black eye from when she pushed his head into the marble countertop? I'm just curious. I went into the shower to cool off. Who was with you? Sean. I saw a black eye forming whelps. Okay. How were you in the shower? She said naked. Sean was in his pants. He slapped me. I fell to the ground of the shower. Then what? She said I was exhausted. I just sat there. Sean said, just put some ice on it and put an outfit on. Oh man. No intermission, no nothing. Getting ready to put that. And when he say put an outfit on, he's talking about one of those. It's time for an FO outfit and put it on. Wow. Someone in the comments said, please tell me she has a photo. Someone else commented, they're laying this out in front of the defense who will say she was abusive first. That's going to be the biggest thing with this testimony. This prosecution took us through all of this with Jane for the past few days. Well, most of it was about their fetish, their debauchery. These what she calls them hotel nights versus freak offs. But I'm telling you, up until what we're talking about right now, and we still haven't gotten to the point. I think we're getting there where it's connected to a freak off. But there has not been, in my opinion, any testimony about force. We're getting there now. But the past few days, it has been all about the fetishes, the things they were into, the hotel nights, her being jealous about other women, her being jealous that, hey, we have a 2-year contract. And when we finally get to the part where they're about to show us, okay, we're going to show you now, there was some violence here where she was forced into doing some things. It starts off with her telling us, I hit him first. He was bending down to tie his shoe. This is what was on the CNN site. He was bending down to tie his shoe, and I pushed his head into a marble counter. Then I proceeded to throw candles on him where wax got on his clothes, so they had to be lit candles. And glass. I was throwing glass at him. So as soon as I read that, I said, oh, I know the community out here, people just observing this, there's going to be tons of people saying she hit him first. Whatever came next. They're going to say she hit him first. You just know it. You just know people. There are going to be people who say that. The question would be, are there going to be people on the jury who think that? And will that now then color whatever it is she's about to tell us? When it becomes her word versus his. So just like this person commented here, they're laying this out in front of the defense who will say she was abusive first. Mm-hmm. He beat her up too. You ain't shit, for sure. And we know she has pictures. Why would he beat her when he just paid Cassie $20 million? I tell you. Crazy. You just paid Cassie $20 million for what was on that videotape. And here you go, beating up somebody else. So Jonathan was there and saw the whole thing. He didn't try to stop it, put him on the stand too. None of these people were trying to stop anything who worked for Diddy. And I don't care what she has to say, because no. Is this a family violence case or RICO? Looks like it was an overcharged case just to make some noise or to cover something else. Somebody say, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. That's how you choose to pay your rent as a mother of so-and-so's son. Why is this not scrolling down? Someone else said he tried to act like he was some nice guy by playing God and using love and money. He's a woman beater behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. Someone said, this is so heartbreaking. I can't eat it. I can't even. Somebody else said, so he beat your ass, then y'all showered together? Yeah. That's different. That's a little bit different. Okay, let's go back up and see if we have an update. Hopefully we should have one by now. And if we don't, there is an update on the CNN page. So I will hop over there and see what they're saying. So just a second while we get back up to the testimony. Okay, we left off with him telling her to put an outfit on. Okay, yeah, we have an update. Jane said, I was exhausted. I just sat there. Sean said, just put some ice on it and put an outfit on. The prosecutor said, an outfit? She said, lingerie and heels. Sean was using my phone to play pornography. He texted Anton on my phone. My phone was screen mirrored to the TV. Sean texted, "Hey, what are you doing?" Sean scrolled up and saw Anton's message about our mutual friends. What? Now, in her earlier testimony, she said she went to a party on some other rapper's plane. And I think she said it was Anton who was at this party and he was having sex with somebody in front of people who were watching. Y'all, these people are weirdos. These entertainment people, they just mm-mm. Let's see if we have an update. Okay, yep, we do. All right, because if she names names of any of these entertainers, ugh, let's see. Let's say, "Hey, what are you doing?" Sean scrolled up and saw Anton's message about our mutual friends. Jane says, "Sean asked me how the mutual friends were. I said I didn't know." Prosecutor said, "Why did you lie?" Or maybe he meant Sean asked who the mutual friends were. And I said I didn't know. And prosecutor said, "Why did you lie?" She said, "We were on a break. I didn't think I needed to say it. Anton showed up. I moved my hair so that my injuries couldn't be seen and used makeup like Sean said." Okay. Yeah, I think we know where this is going. So while we wait for an update, let me quickly check and tell y'all what they're saying on the CNN side. Okay. They said Jane continued to testify about a June 2024 fight she had with Sean. She started to walk back to the house because she assumed Combs would be gone by then, she said. When she turned the corner, she saw Combs on the street. I was scared, but I was quiet and I just kept walking back to the house because I didn't want to wake up the neighbors. Jane went into the guest bedroom in her house and locked the door, but Combs kicked the door in, she testified. She started throwing more candles because she wanted him to get away from her, she said. She ran onto a patio and Combs followed, she said. Quote, "I punched him and then he punched me." Jane punched Combs once in the temple and didn't see any injuries on him after, she said. Combs punched her in the head twice on my forehead and around my eye area. After Combs hit her, Jane ran into the backyard and went into a ball on the ground trying to cover her head. She said, "He started punching my head. He started kicking me. He started saying all kinds of things and just kept punching me." Wow. Combs said she was trying to take him. Combs said she was trying to take him away from his kids and his family. And Jane responded that she wasn't, and she told him to leave her alone. What did he mean by that? He grabbed, because at this point, you already got the Cassie video out. You already in hot water with that. At this point, I don't think he's been criminally charged yet. But now you got another situation where you're even bold enough to be outside waiting on her to walk back up to the house. You doing all of this, beating her up like this, okay? I don't care if she started it. Yeah, she should have kept her hands to herself, but it shouldn't then turn into all of this. You could walk away. And then you say she's trying to take him away from his kids and his family. You talking about a lack of accountability. Okay. Combs said she was trying to take him away from his kids and his family, and Jane responded that she wasn't. And she told him to leave her alone. He grabs me by my arm and my hair and starts dragging me back to the house, she said. Oh, my. My. Mm. This makes me want to go back and watch something else about, and I'll check into that in just a second. Let me go back to the testimony on X. All right, so we were on break. I didn't think I needed to say it. Anton showed up. I moved my hair so that my injuries couldn't be seen and used makeup like Sean said. Jane said, I greeted Anton and tried to be polite, asked him how his day was. Sean was giving me his evil stare. Sean said, "I need to talk to you." We went into the guest bedroom. Prosecutor said, "What happened there?" He said he wanted to know about the mutual friend. James said, "I told him I went to Vegas with this rapper and his girlfriend. I saw Anton having sex with another woman." What did Sean said? He said, "Do you have this porn star having something over me?" What? So now, and maybe rightfully so, but now he is clearly paranoid and probably, of course, still on drugs. So I'm sure that didn't help at all. But he is clearly paranoid, right? So James said, "I told him I went to Vegas with this rapper and his girlfriend. I saw Anton having sex with another woman." Prosecutor said, "What did Sean say?" He said, "Do you have this porn star having something over me?" So I don't know. He thinks that maybe she and Anton are in working together and trying to, trying to get over on him or get something out of him. The prosecutor said, "Did you take drugs?" She said, "Yes. Right around this time, Sean told me, 'Take this fucking pill. You're not going to ruin my fucking night. Go out there and S his D.' I said, 'I don't want to.'" What did he say? He said, "Is this coercion?" What? I know he ain't playing them type of games. I know he is not playing those type of games. He said, "Is this coercion?" What? Let me check and see what's on the CNN update while we wait. Okay, Jane says that Combs held her down while another woman insulted her. Jane said after Diddy Combs assaulted her, they went back into the master bedroom and she used Combs's phone to call the girl she assumed he was with on his family trip. Jane said she asked the girl if she was on the trip and the girl started insulting her while the call was on speakerphone. Sean was holding me down and making me listen to her insults. Jane said she yelled out that Combs was beating her and he immediately hung up the phone. Okay. Later, Combs FaceTimed one of his assistants and told him to tell Jane that there wasn't a girl on the trip. Jane testified that she was in the corner of the room and Combs was standing right in front of her. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. The plot thickens. Let's see if we have any other update. It's 4:18, so I know they're about to wrap up. The prosecutor said, "Did you take drugs?" She said, "Yes. Right around this time, Sean told me, 'Take this effing pill. You're not going to ruin my effing night.' And go out there and S his D. I said, 'I don't want to.'" Prosecutor said, "What did he say?" He said, "Is this coercion?" If that, I'm waiting for the CNN update and the Washington Post update, because if he literally, if this is not out of context in some way by the reporter who's reporting from inside the courtroom, is he that bold? I could see him being that bold. But the judge, if I was on that jury and if he said, "Is this coercion?" Oh, ninja. Oh, you're making it so easy. You're making it so easy. Someone said this is starting to sound like a Lifetime movie. Someone else said, "So you're accusing him of, you know what, Jane?" Someone else said, "Excuse me?" Someone else said, "Oh." And there it is, the clearest example of S trafficking so far. Somebody else said, "Damn, damn, damn, damn." Someone else said, "BS, BS, and a big load of BS, so they're not buying it." Somebody else said, "Oh my effing G." Someone else said, Meek Mill's French Montana, Rick Ross. Who is it? So people are trying to guess who Who is this rapper that she went with? And they here watching this sex act. Well, these people are just horrible. I mean, it's just, I'm sorry, no, no. And I tell you what, they better take a lesson from what's going on with Diddy. Okay, Diddy did a whole lot of criminal acts. Whether it's Rico, well, that's still to be determined or to even be shown. But did he do a lot of criminal things? Oh, I put my money down on that 100%, yes. But a lot of these entertainers who are not doing anything against anybody's will, but a person who they're with is down with it, boy, they better think twice. Yeah, they better find a way to get back to something that's a little bit more normal. Because at any time, if anybody say you coerced me into doing that, you gave me drugs against my will, even if they were down with it, you are putting yourselves in a situation. You are putting yourself in a situation and you have the most to lose. Now, will they be able to control their behavior? Oh, I don't think so. Lil Wayne just released the whole album, The Carter Six, at his age of 42 years old, where all he's talking about is drugs, and all of that. And it's just like, you might be the next case. You might be the next case. Somebody might have a case against you. You can't, these situations and talking about it so casually and handling women like this, even if you think, well, they knew what time it was. Well, okay, well, you should know what time it is. If they don't take this thing with Diddy, the parts of it, not the parts of it where it's just straight up criminal activity, because duh, you shouldn't be doing that. But the part that seems like it was consensual and then now the person is saying it's not. If these other entertainers, especially the high profile entertainers, do not learn from this case that they're seeing right now, they are fools. And whatever happens, happens. Whatever happens, happens. You're not going to ruin my night. That's what he told her, according to what Jane is saying on the stand. Okay. Someone said, I don't know about this part. He was too hot with the feds. Somebody said, turning what he is doing into onto her, UGH, nasty scum, POS he is. Okay, maybe that's an update. Let me go back up and see if we have an update here. Just a second. Okay, so we left with the prosecutor asking her, what did Sean say? She said, he said, do you have this porn star having something over me? So at this point, Diddy is suspicious of the S worker, right? Because they've been having some kind of running into each other when he's not around. So he's suspicious. Prosecutor said, did you take drugs? She said, yes, right around this time. Sean told me, take this effing pill. You're not going to ruin my effing night. Go out there and S his D. I said, I don't want to. What did he say? He said, is this coercion? Prosecutor, what happened to the pill? Jane said, I consumed it. I performed oral sex on Anton. I felt sick. I was like, even in my own body, I felt disgusted. I felt terrible. How did it end? When Anton finished. I excused him, tried to put on a good face. Wow. Wow. Did she record Anton on her phone in Vegas? So I don't know from this meme if this person isn't buying what she's saying right now. Someone else said paranoia. Someone else said, who is the minor girl she was talking about? I don't know. Could have been Young Miami. Might have been the girl who was on the rafting trip. Who knows? Someone said she was in the room doing what? Someone else said he is scared if someone have something over him, but he's filming his victims to blackmail them. Paranoia and druggy, bad combination, yes. Someone else said, I'm confused. How did she see that? Where her and Anton together? I don't know what that means. Janice, you really did a number on this man. Okay. Let's also call Janice to the front of the church. Janice, This is your son. What happened? What happened? What happened along the way, Janice? Do you know? Do you have any insight you can share with us as to what happened here? Hmm? Somebody said, bro, what rapper and his girlfriend? You know, people are going to try to figure out now what rapper is they talking about and the girlfriend. Someone said, let me think, who is the damn rapper? And Anton was just passed around the industry. I see. Yep. Someone said, there is so much more to these stories. Doesn't make sense to me at all. You going to call your rival and cross trash talk with each other, fight a bit more, and then jump into a freak off? Someone said, this woman here, she is all over the place. Still seeing no proof of ST, Damian Williams loser. Someone said, lock up everybody, child. Someone else said the situations were transactional. Sex was exchanged for security, lifestyle, and access. That's not illegal. It's uncomfortable, but not criminal. They are locking up all the BBC, and y'all are letting them. Okay, girl. Somebody says, so boom, this happened after Cassie's lawsuit, and you didn't call police after 4 years of being with him, and now he hit you when he damn sure shouldn't be. I don't know, man. And she hit him first. FYI, but this is nuts. So people are wrestling with what they're hearing from her. People are wrestling with what they're hearing from Jane. And so the question again is, will the jury be wrestling with what they heard from Jane? Will they? All right, let's see if we have another update. Mm. Okay, let's see. We do have an update here. Oh, what happened to the pill? She said, I consumed it. I performed oral sex on Anton. I felt sick. Even in my own body, I felt disgusted. I felt terrible. How did it end? When Anton finished, I excused him, tried to put on a good face. Sean called me a whore after he left. He sent his security with money to me for Anton, $10,000 or $12,000 in cash for Anton and the 4 damaged doors. Prosecutor, what did you do with your part of the money? I Ubered $3,000 or $4,000 to Anton. Wow. And to think that he would then turn around and call her a whore, because he's the biggest hoe out of everybody. But for him to even call her that, just because he's at this point, he's upset that he thinks something is going on behind his back with Anton. Something is going on behind his back with Anton, other people in the industry. He thinks she might also be trying to set him up. So he's, paranoid about it. And so with all those feelings, he calls her a whore. Somebody commented, I don't know what's more disturbing, reading these allegations or seeing how many people are defending Diddy. And there's a lot of people who are. Anton really got the dream job. If you say so. Someone else said every single woman reasoning these texts across must have meant reading these texts across the world can tell this woman lying a lot. Judge knows she's lying. He just has to go to jail to make a public point. Prosecutors' coercion is so much deeper. Someone said, so what about the rest of the money? Someone else said, to think that Sean Diddy Combs couldn't even pay his artists and he was out here spending this kind of money on S workers and escorts. Insanity. Someone said, how she conveniently be forgetting certain details. Somebody else said, Diddy gonna burn in hell. Wow. So while we're waiting for the X update, let me check and see what they have for us on the CNN side. Okay, Jane testified that Combs told her to cover up her injuries with makeup before inviting an entertainer over. Jane testified that Diddy told her he was inviting Anton over because we're not going to end the night like this. Excuse me. She said Combs told her to put makeup on and put her hair to the side to cover her injuries, and that's what she did. Jane said Combs scrolled up and saw earlier messages between her and Antoine, the same entertainer she had seen in January 2024 during a trip to Las Vegas. She said Combs saw a message where the entertainer referenced spending time with their mutual friends. Jane testified that she understood it to be a reference to the people from the Vegas trip. She said she had not told Combs about the trip because they were on a break at the time. Jane said Combs asked what the message referenced, and she told him she didn't know because I didn't want to escalate the night. Jane said Combs asked what the message. Okay. Jane said she chatted with Anton for a little while when he arrived before Combs asked to speak with her. She and Combs went into another room, and he said the messages he read weren't sitting right with him, and he asked her again about the mutual friend reference. Around that time, Combs had her take ecstasy. They excused themselves from the room with Antoine and went into the bathroom, where he opened his hand to show her an ecstasy pill. Combs insisted she take the pill. Jane recalled Combs saying she was not going to ruin his night. Quote, I don't want to, I don't want to, I don't want to, Jane recalled telling Combs emotionally on the stand. Combs got close to her face and said, is this coercion? Ooh, woo! Jane testified that she just looked back at him. They returned to the room and she performed oral S on the entertainer for what felt like forever. She eventually had S with the entertainer while Combs watched, Jane said. Wow. Wow. He got close to her face and said, is this coercion? Well, you got to go. You got to go. You told that other girl, she said you told her that you were the devil and that you could kill her. I do believe you are the devil. I do believe you are the devil. It's appropriate that this is on my screen right now. You are the devil. What? What? Someone said, why didn't she go to the cops? Someone else said Anton Hardin and Sly Diggler should be testifying. Someone said she Ubered cash. Wow. So do they have receipts? That's all I want. They just put out dollar amounts. They must have some to prove this happened. Wow. I hate that she went through this. Justice will come soon for her and every other victim. Oh yeah, the feds are laying it thick. LOL. They wrote this shit down in practice because it's too scripted. They are desperate as you know what. Someone else said, I am at the point now where I am just going to say Diddy's life was like the Titanic. ATP, the ship was sinking, so he wanted one last freak off. Why on earth would you have an altercation, freak off, and keep a victim around? He must have already known life was over for him. Someone else said, that's a lot of money for Anton this time if it was so brief. I am wondering why now. Maybe he saw something. Mm. Someone else said, but instead of taking escort boys for his pleasure, why doesn't he take a man to have a relationship since he is, but tries to hide it? All these people for Diddy are family members. And last thing before we go back and check and see if the feed is updated, somebody commented, all I get from any of these witnesses is that they were willing participants and did it for money. They allege he beat them and are them, yet they all continue to come back for years. I don't understand it. Well, it's complicated, sir, as the psychologist testified earlier. It's it can be complicated. All right, let's go back over and see if we have any update at this point. I would think we should by now. Let's go one more. Let's see. Okay. What did you do with part of the money? I Ubered $3,000 or $4,000 to Anton. Okay. So she kept 8,000 and she gave Anton four. She gonna need it to fix those doors he kicked in. Mm. Someone said this is key testimony supporting S trafficking charges. Someone said this is the beginning to give the hustle and this is beginning to give the hustle and flow movie vibe. Someone else said at this point, I believe Diddy just likes looking at the man naked body. Ain't no way he likes women. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Well, y'all, I know it is 4:35, so I am thinking court is wrapping up, or it's very, very, very close to wrapping up. So I'm just waiting at this point for that update to come in. The judge might be running it a little bit long because I think he really wanted the government to finish their questioning of Jane today. This is just, it is a lot to take in, people. It is a lot to take in. Let's see if we got anything. All right, we do have one update. So again, Jane left off by telling us that she Ubered $3,000 or $4,000 to Anton. The prosecutor said, "Have you ever fixed your doors?" She said, "No, there were other bills." Photos of broken doors shown to the jury, but not on screen in public. When did you see Sean next? She said, "A few days later." The prosecutor said, "Why?" She said, "I missed him." Y'all. She said she missed him. She said she missed him. And they're gonna cover that under all of the psychology expert testimony as to why that would be the case. Jane said, "Jane, I said I don't want to." Diddy said, "Is this coercion?" Let me answer it for Diddy. Probably, especially after the beating. I repeat, this is happening after Diddy's homes have been raided by the feds. After. After. No control. Why did he say that? Aware of Cassie's contents in the case she filed. So are you accusing him of R. Jane? He knew it was coercion. This is starting to sound like a Lifetime movie. Mhm. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. So let's go and see. Okay, we got an update from CNN. Um, is there anything new that we didn't know? Okay, I think we got most of this. We've already talked about the part where she said Jonathan, a security guard, delivered 10 to 12,000 cash to Jane to cover the entertainer's costs. Jane testified that Combs damaged four doors during the altercation the night before. She put some of the cash in a bag, covered it with paper, and sent it in an Uber. So she sent, according to the other thread we're reading, she sent Anton, the S worker, $4,000 out of the 12, and she kept the rest, and he gave her extra to fix the doors he had kicked in. She also took a photo of the Uber's license plate, which the jury saw in case there was an issue with the money transfer. Jane testified that she never paid to get the doors fixed because there were so many other bills to take care of, but she did contact the supplier. The jury saw an email Jane sent to the door supplier inquiring about replacing 4 doors as well as several photos of the damaged doors. Okay. Okay. So Diddy gave her extra money after he kicked in the master bedroom doors. He kicked in the master bedroom and bathroom doors. So he gave her extra money to fix those doors. And as of this date, she has yet to fix those doors. And this place where she's staying is rental property. See, this is why people don't like to rent out their stuff. Y'all done kick down doors up in here and you still haven't fixed it. And I'm assuming she's not going to be too long before Diddy's no longer, because Diddy right now, based on testimony, is still giving her $10,000. So I'm imagining $10,000 a month. I'm imagining that's probably going to come to an end, even if it comes to an end with a conviction. But she didn't fix some people's doors on a property she's renting. Okay, but maybe that's a much smaller issue considering. Okay, so after all of that, the prosecutor asked, "When did you next see Sean?" She said, "A few days later." Prosecutor said, "Why?" She said she missed him. After all of that, she smashed his head into a marble countertop. She took lit candles and threw it on him. She said wax got all over his clothes. She also took glasses and threw at him. He got mad. She tried to run. He ran behind her. She locked herself in the master bedroom. He kicked the doors down. She locked herself in the master bathroom. He kicked those doors down. She then tried to run and get around. He caught her. He put her in a chokehold. She somehow managed to escape. She ran outside. She hid outside for 2 hours. After that time was up, she started making her way back to her house because she figured by now he probably left. She's walking back up to the house, and there he is standing outside. She said he grabs her by the hair and drags her back to the house, where he proceeds to whoop up on her some more, tell her to get dressed because they're about to have a hotel night at the house. And after all of that, she says she saw him a few days later because she missed him. And the prosecutor, you better believe, is going to say that this was all a part of symptoms of somebody experiencing domestic violence. You know that already. That is definitely what they're going to say. They just got to convince the jury. They got to convince the jury. The jury might already be on board with that, or it could be very well somebody or some people on that jury, like the people in the comments, who some of the people in the comments seemed like they couldn't get past the fact that she had hit him first. So who knows what the jury's thinking? Who knows what the jury is thinking? Okay, so here we go with an update. Again, she said she saw him a few days later after all of that because she missed him. Jane said, "We were trying to have a Sunday fun day, but it was like tense." Prosecutor, "Did you and Sean talk with Jonathan?" She said Sean FaceTimed Jonathan asking him what he saw that night. For a moment, Jonathan saw me in the corner crying. Oh, I wonder, is Jonathan testifying in this trial? I wonder. I wonder. And after all of this, because keep in mind, this incident with her goes down after the Cassie tape is out there. And his life is in turmoil because of that videotape. This incident that Jane is describing happens after that. So this man is incapable of learning anything from his past mistakes. And I'm sure we haven't seen KK's name pop up in this yet, but I'm sure she gets pulled into it too because they're now questioning the Jonathan guy. Like, what'd you see that night? Diddy's now trying to get everything under control. And the thing about it, it makes you wonder about these are the things that we know about. The way Diddy moves, can you imagine the stuff he has gotten away with that we will never know about, that he's either paid to bury or paid somebody off? Can you just imagine? Whew. And if y'all are hearing rain right now, trust me, it's not a sound effect from what you're seeing on the screen. It is literally pouring down where I am right now. Pouring down. All right. So let's see what else we might have here. I'm surprised they haven't wrapped court up at this point, though. Someone said, can't believe Diddy was moving this wild despite knowing all Fed and state eyes were on him after the Cassie reveal late 2023 and the Little Rod lawsuit early 2024. He either felt godly untouchable or was batshit crazy. That is a great comment. That might be one of the best comments I've seen today. That was a great comment. Someone said, well, let me guess how Jonathan responded. He ain't seen nothing but candle and glass confetti on the floor and wondered where all this came from. Meanwhile, ducking the flying debris and ignoring the doors getting kicked in. I agree with you. Jonathan, come on down to the stand, buddy. Oh, I bet he wanted to know what he saw. Did he pay him off too? I'm sure he did. Somebody said abuser. Somebody said people think she is stupid, but she is setting 10 play for the feds to make sense of why the victims keep coming back. Will bail the coffin that this is the victim behavior and bam, game over. Okay. Yeah, because they only have to show the jury that these people keep coming back because of trauma. If they get the jury convinced of that, based off of what Diddy's doing, his power, his money, and everything, it's a wrap because they'll use that under coercion. It's a wrap. And then when Diddy dared to get up on her and in her face and say, "Is this coercion? Are you crazy?" Yeah, that's a rhetorical question. Rhetorical question. Okay, so let me just scan back up and see what kind of update we may have. They've got to be ending this day soon. I'm actually surprised court's still going on. Something in the corner. Okay. All right. Jane said I shot a video of Sean and my out in the yard. She must have been. I shot a video of Sean and me out in the yard. Prosecutor, did you inadvertently film your injury? She said, yes, my welts. Prosecutor, and when you learned that Sean went to Wyoming, she said, I was outraged. He was with another woman. Did you block him? She said, yes. See, there's the thing with Jane. Jane is a Lifetime movie for real. Okay? Because at the end of the day, Jane's testimony, the last part that we just got with this violent incident with her and Diddy, all of her other testimony has been layered with her complaining about other women. When I tell you she wanted that top roster spot, she wanted it. She felt she deserved it. She felt she had earned it. She wanted that top spot. And Diddy's out here just doing whatever he wants to do with whomever he wants to do it with. And that bothered her a lot. So here we go again. You block him connected to a problem you got with him and another woman. Okay. Okay. Prosecutor said, "How long did you block him?" She said 2 or 3 weeks. Then I saw that his mother had been hospitalized. I wanted to put what happened between us to the side. He said this was just too far for me. I saw you had me in a box. Prosecutor, did you see the name of the rapper? Do you saw okay, what are we talking about right now? Let me go to the CNN side so I can see what in the world they are talking about right now. And are we naming people? What are we doing? Okay, hold on. I got one new update. All right. So according to the CNN side, they said Jane testified that she next saw Diddy in person a few days later. I just missed him so bad, she said. Jane said she and Combs had been messaging each other about that night and how awful we were both feeling. That sounds familiar too, does it not? This same type of thing happened with Cassie after the hotel incident, and this is classic abuser behavior. Okay. Jane testified that Combs repeatedly accused her of cheating while she kept apologizing and insisting that nothing had happened. Now, how do you cheat if we have an open relationship? How is that even possible? She said they agreed to see each other and she went to his home. Jane said they tried to be upbeat, but there was a sadness underneath. Sean was basically saying that we were breaking up and we were just going to be friends. She testified, adding that he said he loved me, but what I did was so wrong. The audacity, the audacity of this dude. At one point, Combs asked his assistant what he had seen on the FaceTime call that night. Jane testified that the assistant said he only saw her crying in the corner when Combs accidentally turned the camera toward her. Where's that footage? Where's that footage? Now he's finally breaking up with her. Isn't this interesting? Now, at all the times where she called him complaining about these other women, and he would say, "Well, we could just break up." And she's like, "Well, I ain't, I don't hold on. I ain't say all that now." That's pretty much her response. Hold on, I ain't you all see you always go too far. I just letting you know that, I'm out here, being your number one player up in here with these hotel nights and I just feel like I should be at the top of the roster. And he's like, I'm tired of you coming to me whining and complaining about all that. I am single. I am a free man. This is an open relationship. So you tripping. I've been honoring my part of our agreement and you need to get on your job and honor yours. Hmm. Well, she said, well, I think I need a little time. He said, okay, fine. Are we breaking up? Oh, I ain't say all that. So now he finds out, or he believes that she's been up to something with Anton and some other people, whoever this rapper is and his girlfriend, whatever, they've been into some things outside of him. And he's a bit paranoid because you do have all the stuff that has now went down with Cassie. So for now that for Diddy is the final straw. He's beating her up according to her testimony. Okay, post the whole thing with Cassie. This is supposedly happened in 2024. He beat her up. That wasn't enough to say, you know what? I just can't be with nobody. I just got to be to myself because I done effed up my life, and it's too much. No, the final straw for Diddy was, you know what, Jane, I love you. First of all, I love you, but what you did was so wrong. See, you and Anton up there hooking up with whoever else. This our thing. What we do over here. You're not supposed to be doing this out there with other people. So we're gonna have to end this relationship. Boy, honey, Give me my simple life. I want to be financially in a situation where I don't have to worry about covering things that are like just our regular things. And that's all I need. If having the fame and the money means you got to be a part of all this right here, they can have it. That you would even have to because you're in this industry, even if you're not partaking. You know, there are probably things you're invited to where you got to just, you're going because you need to go, you need to network. It's important that you show up. So and so's going to be there, producer, director, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, you're going to see a bunch of debauchery. You may choose not to participate, but you are going to see it and you are expected to keep your mouth shut about what you see. And yeah, you're going to be offered some tricks and some treats. But whatever happens here, this is expected to not go nowhere. And to see how casually they even talk about where Jane went with the other rapper and the S worker that she knew who been with her and Diddy more than once was there having S with somebody else that people were watching. Like it's just nothing. Just like, yeah, I went to so and so's place and they had it's just like it's a normal, like it's a party favor. Like a party favor, right? They can have it. They can have all of that. And for these entertainers who really kind of stated themselves, like Denzel Washington says he doesn't do any partying. There's a few who say they just don't really do that scene. I see why. I see why. So again, the prosecutor says, how long? She said 2 or 3 weeks. Then I saw that his mother had been hospitalized. I wanted to put what happened between us to the side. He said this was just too far for me. I saw you had me in a box. Prosecutor, do you saw the name of the rapper? Do you see the name of the rapper? She said, yes, I flew on a red eye to meet Sean. What did you do? We had a really nice time. Sean said you could tell me when you're tired. What did you say? Let's stop for now and see each other later. His demeanor changed. Okay, I know there's some context that we're missing here. Let me take us over to the CNN side and see what they're saying. Okay, so the jury was shown a video of Jane with visible bruising, excuse me, at Combs' home in June 2024. The video captured the bruising around her eye and a welt on her forehead that was visible through the makeup on her face. The video was not viewable to the public, but the audio could be heard in the courtroom, and both Combs and Jane confirmed that bruising was visible in the footage. Jane also testified that she covered part of her face in the video after realizing her injuries were visible. Jane could be heard calling Combs her bestie on the video. She testified that Combs said they'd be best friends after they broke up. So Jane testified that she was teasing him about that. The jury also viewed another short video Jane took around that time, which also showed her injuries. Jane said she continued to keep in touch with Combs for a while after they saw each other at his home in late June. She later learned he had gone whitewater rafting on a whitewater rafting trip in Wyoming with another woman and was absolutely furious. Quote, we had just endured that kind of night, and in the midst of all the controversy and everything, he was still able to plan another beautiful vacation. You see what I'm saying with Jane? Now, Jane, let me tell you something. Jane definitely was a victim of a beatdown by Diddy. She was also guilty of putting her hands on him. But even though she put her hands on him first in this incident, he went too far. Okay. And then she is still complaining about not being at the top of the roster. She said, we had just endured that kind of night. And in the midst of all the controversy, meaning, everything also going on with Cassie, she said he was still able to plan another beautiful, pay attention to that word, vacation. She's jealous. Jane said she texted him angrily and, quote, I think I did break up with him. She said she then blocked both of his numbers, all of his assistants, and his security. Jane says she reached out to Combs again after a few weeks because she saw his mother had been hospitalized and wanted to make sure she was okay. And they started talking again. I'm going to tell you one thing, Jane and Diddy, they are exhausting. They are exhausting. I almost hope Jane didn't have any like real girlfriends in her life that she confides in. Because if she had any real girlfriends in her life that had to hear this crap, I feel sorry for them. Because no matter what happened, Jane was down with Diddy, and if Diddy had not been arrested, she'd still be there right now. She said in her earlier testimony, she was with him up until his arrest. What you want us to do? If she has any close girlfriends and they were in the know with all of this stuff, I know they were exhausted, probably from just trying to tell her, "Come on, girl, wake up, wake up." Okay. So let's see what happens after this. Okay, let's see. Jane said, "Yes, I flew on a red." Let's go a little bit up. She said, "He said it was too far, man." Did you see? Did you see? I don't know what that means. I have to see what CNN says. Yes, I flew on a red eye to meet Sean. And what did you do? We had a really nice time. Sean said, "You could tell me when you're tired." What did you say? "Let's stop for now and see each other later." His demeanor changed. Jane, he said, "A man spends all this money on you and you say you're tired?" He threw water on me. He called me a bee. He gave me an ecstasy pill. What happened? She said Sean was celebratory. He said, "Let's go." Prosecutor said, "Did Paul come to Miami?" Jane said, "Yes." Prosecutor, did Paul come to Two Star? She said, "Yes." I was given a spray bottle, liquid Molly into my mouth. Excuse me. I felt a surge of high octane sexual energy. Paul comes in. I greet Paul with that energy. Prosecutor, did you have sex with Paul in front of Sean? She said, "Yes." Now, all of this is after Cassie. Prosecutor, when was the last time you saw Sean in person? She said, August 2024 at Two Star. Did you have sex with Don in front of Sean at Two Star? She said, "Yes." Prosecutor said, one last text message, the last one I'll ask you to look at. Now, let's see what this one's going to be. Prosecutor called me. Did you go to New York to see him? She said, no. Prosecutor said, why not? She said, he was arrested. Prosecutor, did you get a subpoena? She said, yes. I had to come in November 2024, then January 2025, and after. Did you see a therapist? She said, 3 months now. Prosecutor said, did you go to New York to see him? She said, no. Prosecutor said, why not? She said, so now this tells me then that she would not have been the woman. Well, I don't know. Because there was evidence based off of what was in the hotel room when he got arrested that a woman was there or was going to be there. So I don't know if this means she was going to fly in and there were certain things already set up in the room for her and she didn't come after he got arrested. Or could this mean, whereas we were speculating that she was the one who was there at the hotel room, it might have been another woman altogether. Okay. Prosecutor said, "Did you go to New York to see him?" She said, "No." Prosecutor said, "Why not?" She said, "He was arrested." Prosecutor said, "Did you get a subpoena?" She said, "Yes. I had to come in November 2024, then January 2025, and after." Prosecutor said, "Did you see a therapist?" She said, "For 3 months now." Okay. Somebody said, "Wow, this is all so recent." Someone said, "She is lucky to be on the victim's side. She has spilled it all, and I bet he hoped she couldn't." Someone said, "This poor woman, this is heartbreaking." Someone said, "Okay, what was the text message? Where's the text? Who's paying for the therapist?" I'm glad she's in therapy. She ain't started until they told her to. The feds love the story. The feds love story. Grand jury subpoena. She probably didn't tell Diddy. A lot to take in for sure. Okay. Everyone's on therapy for the last 3 months, not when all this was occurring. This case is so toxic, my chest literally feels tight. Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot to process. Even just us out here, just as a part of the public, it is a lot to process. Let's see if we have another update out here. Um, are we going to see what the text message was? Pardon me. Okay, there is an update on CNN, so let me see what they're talking about. Okay, she says Combs invited Jane to Miami in July 2024. She flew in on a red eye and met him for dinner later in the day after she arrived, she said. After they went to dinner, Jane said they stayed up all night together having sex and partying in a hotel Combs arranged for them. After staying up all night, Jane told Combs she was feeling tired. She testified that Combs had told her previously that she should vocalize when she was tired. But when she did, Jane testified that Combs's demeanor changed and he called her names and threw water at her. He eventually apologized, and so did she. This testimony with Jane about wore me out today, y'all. Okay, let's see. Prosecutor said, "Do you have an attorney for this case?" She said, "Yes." Prosecutor said, "Who is paying?" She said, "Sean. I am still processing." Prosecutor said nothing further, and the judge told the jurors that she could go. So Jane is just 3 months into therapy. It will likely take her years to unpack and process the events she has detailed. Jane needs to go to therapy for more than just the events she detailed. Jane probably needed to go to therapy for whatever happened in her relationship with her baby's father, whatever happened with her and men even prior to this, whatever may have happened in her childhood. Okay. Jane has a lot to go to therapy for. And I dare say it did not start with Diddy. But she definitely needs to be there for a while. Okay. Let's see. The jury has now been dismissed for the day. Did the prosecutor say no further questions? Hold on. Let me just get back to that. Did you have okay. Subpoena? Did you see a therapist? Okay, yeah. The prosecutor said nothing further. So that means tomorrow, drum roll, tomorrow when Jane is back on the stand, and I hope Jane gets herself a lot of rest. No drug aided sleep, but get herself a lot of rest. Because tomorrow, the defense team, they're coming for her. Okay? They are coming for her. And when I tell you tomorrow is not going to be pretty at all, it's going to be bad. It's going to be so bad. It's going to be so bad. So let's see, it's been adjourned. I want to see if we get any insight into what the lawyers and the judge is talking about right now. Jane says the last time she saw Combs was at his Miami home last August. Jane testified the last time she saw Sean Diddy Combs in person was at his Miami home in August. When we were together, we were just in our same routine, having sex and everything. Then he says he should invite Don, she said, referring to the name of an entertainer. Jane says she then had sex with the entertainer in front of Combs. So even with her final um, gathering with Diddy, that was also one that involved a freak off. I am just hanging around at this point to see if normally on the thread we will get some kind of update to let us know like what they're discussing, the judge and the lawyers, what they're discussing about the testimony that is supposed to take place tomorrow. So I'm just trying to hang around a little bit just to see if they tell us who is going to be doing the cross-examination tomorrow. Just trying to see. All right, y'all. Hold on. Before I go, let me just check one other thing. See if we have any maybe insight from the Washington Post. All right, so they're talking about conversation. Let's get through this together. The jury is listening. Oh, this was posted a few minutes ago. Said the jury is listening to the first conversation between Sean and Jane after Cassie Ventura filed her bombshell 2023 lawsuit, which precipitated the federal charges. Combs sounds anxious on the call. I can't be talking on the phone, he says, asking Jane if she is recording the conversation. She testifies she had not. He tells her, let's get through this together, and says, we did all our is mutually together. Combs is heard interrupting Jane throughout the audio. Yeah, you're freaking out now. You freaking out. You're freaking out. But you still managed to whoop her, but you know what? Jane, who is testifying under a pseudonym, said that just a few days before Cassie's lawsuit was filed, she had tried to talk to Combs about the trauma and depression and me hitting a wall after those nights. She said Combs ignored her. Yeah, because he wasn't trying to hear that. You knew this was coming and gaslit me and made me feel crazy, Jane texted Combs right before the recorded call. This was sexual exploitation. Mm. They said Sean Combs was mostly stoic as Jane recounted in agonizing detail a violent evening almost a year ago, which ended with Combs allegedly demanding Jane participate in a freak-off. Combs sat with his hands clasped on his lap, his seat pushed back a bit from the defense table. Later, as Jane described a follow-up meeting with Combs after that night, Combs leaned over to his left side, his cheek in his palm. Oh, here's a correction. Origin of the recorded phone calls unclear. Okay, let's see. Earlier, we reported that Sean Diddy Combs surreptitiously recorded phone calls with Jane after Cassie Ventura filed her lawsuit in November. It's actually unclear how the government obtained the phone calls, which give glimpses into Combs' state of mind at the time. On one of the calls, Combs asked Jane, a former girlfriend testifying under an alias, whether she is recording. Jane testified that she would never have recorded on the phone call. Okay, well, CNN said that the recorded phone calls were on KK's phone. Combs can be heard taking notes with a Sharpie on a notepad in the background of the audio, which he frequently did, Jane said. It was likely that the phone calls were recorded, but whether it was Combs, a member of his team, or an unidentified third party is yet to be revealed. Well, according to CNN, the phone calls were recorded by KK, or they were found on KK's phone, is where they got the recordings from. So, y'all, tomorrow is going to be an interesting day because now she is going to be cross examined by the defense. And when I tell you the defense is going to shred this woman, the defense is going to shred this woman. You understand me? I was hanging back a little bit because I wanted to see if they already knew who would be doing the cross of her in the morning. Mm. Well, we heard a lot today. We did hear about the physical incident between him and her. Hold on one second. CNN just indicated, okay, we already know that Diddy's still paying for her rent. And he's also paying for her lawyer. Doesn't that seem like a complication? That while all this is going on, Diddy is still paying her rent and he's also paying for her attorney. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how the defense tries to what story they try to tell us considering those facts. Yep. He is still paying for her attorney representing her in connection with the trial and is still paying the rent for that same house in Los Angeles. Yep. So that's going to be interesting. The defense is going to paint some kind of picture around that. You better believe it. Okay, the jury was dismissed for the day and the judge is off the bench. Okay, they're done. They're not talking about anything else. I was hoping to see if we would find out who was going to be doing the cross tomorrow. The defense and prosecution didn't discuss any matters before adjourning. All right, it's officially a wrap. It is officially a wrap. So I was saying a nutshell about today. We got more of the same as far as the hotel nights, the freak offs, the fetishes, the drugs. So more of the same, which we've gotten a lot of. Near the very end of the day is when we finally started getting testimony that was, according to the prosecution, one of the major events that would help lock down a conviction on the S trafficking. And that was the incident where Jane and Diddy got into a domestic violence situation. In that situation, as Jane described it, he bent down to tie his shoe and she pushed his head into a marble countertop and threw candles on him that were lit and also glass. And then he came charging after her, kicking down doors in the house, finally got to her, put her in a chokehold, and then a whole lot of other stuff happened. She does say, though, that when she got back to the house after he drug her back, she said in part by her hair, she said he forced her to take a pill. He told her that they were going to have this freak off. He got up in her face and she was in the shower. He got up in front of her face while he still had his clothes on and told her, "Is this coercion?" Now keep in mind, all this is after the Cassie tape has been released. So, and a few days after that, she said they got back together because she was missing him so much. Battered women syndrome will cover a lot of that. But like I said, it's going to depend on how the jury processes all of that. How does the jury process all of that? Whether or not they're able to say, okay, there's enough information here for me to say that he's guilty of S trafficking. How any of what we've heard from Jane ties back to a RICO showing the support of a criminal enterprise, I'm still not there. I'm still not seeing how that connects to that. But the ST stuff, I could definitely see that. I could see that with, if you're believing that he forced her to take the drug, then forced her to have the FO. If you believe that, if you believe that he was flying S workers across the state lines to come and participate in a commercial S act, if you believe that, to me, that is enough right there for ST, for S trafficking. Okay. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We know how we all probably have opinions of how we feel about Jane now that she's ended her testimony, but she's just ended the testimony with the prosecution. Tomorrow is the defense. So I will be back here tomorrow for that live. And until then, bye y'all.